Right, we'll get underway today with our opening karakia, if you join me in that. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, ke mā kini kini ki uta, ke mā tara tara ki tai, he hiaki ana te atukura, he tio, he huka, he hohu, he mauri ora. Excellent. Welcome everyone to this Te Taurapa Council Planning and Finance Committee meeting, which we're continuing from last week, so that we can hear further oral submissions on the Te Mahere Ato Annual Plan 2026-2027. Please let me or the Democracy Advisor know if you intend to leave the meeting, and we'll break for our lunch at 12:30. We will get started with our first submitter of the day, Fraser McMaster. You're welcome to stand at the podium or take a seat in front there as well, whatever you prefer. People do both, so you and you've got 5 minutes, and if you want to leave some time for questions, that's just got to be within that 5 minutes as well. Thank you.
Push the button, you can all hear me. Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you very much for hearing me this morning. My name is Fraser McMaster. I am here primarily to talk about my submission opposing your budget cut to the cycle lanes. I think actually you should increase it by a lot more. This is also the first time I've been here, so excuse my nervousness. I am a cyclist. I'm a father of 2 children. I am a business owner. It is a bike shop that I own here in Wellington, My Road, Wellington. I employ a bunch of people, and I have employed a bunch of people over the years. I'm also a driver of a car, which I enjoy doing. It has been a tough time in Wellington the last few years, and I recently moved my business from Vivian Street, which is State Highway 1, to the corner of Dixon and Victoria Street. You guys have also moved closer to me, which I welcome. The main reason for me moving is getting closer to the centre of gravity, increased bike infrastructure near me, increased pedestrian activity near me. So Council's own counts state Manners Street gets 12,000 pedestrian movements in a weekend, and Vivian was getting 800 movements in a weekend, and I'm a lot closer to Manners Street. So it has been a great move. I've experienced an increase in sales and profitability because of that, and I put that down to the better bike infrastructure near me and also greater pedestrian activity near me. I also commute by bike daily. If I drive my car, it takes me about 20 minutes. By the time I get down, get a car park, that's pretty quick. If I walk, it takes me 1 hour. If I bus, it takes me 1 hour. But when I bike, it takes me 10 minutes to get to work. So I'm really productive in my transport time. It's really quick, really easy, really efficient, and I enjoy it. And based on all that, I believe now is the time for the Council to invest more in bike lanes and not less. I think even with the current oil crisis and cost of living affecting this country and this city, we can make Wellington a high-performing city. If we improve bike lanes, we will make transport quicker and cheaper for the residents of Wellington. If you can save time and money, you are more productive. And if you are more productive, well, the whole place benefits. And that is what bike lanes can achieve. If we are more productive, we become a city people want to live in, and that has got to be good for our long-term growth. We become a high-performing, productive, more livable city. We can buy more ice creams. I know scientists, doctors, investors, brain surgeons, people from OpenStar and Weta who all commute by bike, and they are some of the brightest and smartest people in the world. And if we can be an easy to live in, easy to commute around, efficient place to live, we will have more of these people living in our city. and I think all that is good. Te Ara Tupua opened in the weekend. I don't know if any of you were there, some of you would have been. It was pretty amazing. There were, I want to say, 500,000 people on that bike lane, possibly closer to 5 to 10,000 people. It was a lot of people. And what it shows, though, is all of those people are going to be commuting on that bike lane and coming into the city, and they're doing it quickly and cheaply and affordably. And that makes us an easier place to live, a more efficient place to live. And the bike infrastructure within the city needs to be able to handle that. We've already gone a long way. You guys have done an amazing job creating some of that network. There's just a little bit more that could be done throughout the city, and keeping the budget as it already is would help that. I have lots of stories and I could ramble for hours and hours, but does anyone have any questions?
I saw Councillor Tiefenbacher first. Yeah.
Carl.
Yeah, so can I check, when you cycle to work, which cycleways do you use, and are there roads that don't have cycleways that you use as well?
Certainly. Travelling downhill, there aren't bike lanes going down because you can...
Sorry, where do you come from?
I come from Northland, sorry.
Yeah.
So I travel from Northland into the inner city, so it's very quick.
Yeah.
Travelling downhill, I travel in the flow of traffic as if I am a car or another piece of traffic. And so I come either through Kelburn and down past the university campus and onto the terrace and down that way, or I come down through Aro Valley. And the links downhill, there is the sharrows on the road, which are the green signs to indicate that it's a shared path between cars and bikes. And when I travel home, I either go up Aro Valley and I utilise that new bike path through Aro Valley, which is awesome, and goes up to Rara Road. And then into the suburbs, there are no bike lanes, and I'm just using my experience on the road to stay safe. And if I come up through the terrace, there is no bike lane up the terrace. So it can get a little bit tight through there. And then I go up through Kelburn that way.
Thanks, Fraser. We've just run out of time, but appreciate you coming and thanks for your submission. Okay, well, Councillor Osborne was first in the queue, so I'll let you, John.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yes. Okay, I will.
So as you pointed out, Councillor Ruti, we've had a few, we're going to jump forward a few, so we're going to go to Tara Ford, if you'd like to come forward.
Tēnā koutou katoa, e mihi ana ki ngā mana whenua ko Ngāti Toa Rangatira, rawa ko Taranaki Whānui, kei te noho au I tēnei whenua I runga I te mana o te tiriti o Waitangi. Ka mihi hoki au ki ngā tohu whenua o te rohi nei, te ahamarangi ko te whanganui a Tara. E noho ana au ki Wilton, ko Tara Ford toko ingoa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā katoa. Kia ora. My name is Tara Ford. I live in Wilton. I'm here today in support of the proposed average rates increase, including the money for the sludge levy. I have some concerns that have motivated me to submit and to be here today. Overall, I'm concerned about climate change, that it is the most significant long-term challenge facing our community. Your decisions today will materially impact the city's ability to face climate change, to adapt to the impacts and maintain the well-being and long-term affordability for residents. It's really important the decisions you make today acknowledge the look at take an evidence-based and long-term approach, because it will make things cheaper in the long term for residents. Of course, that will need to be balanced by all of the pressures everyone is facing. Our household is doing it too. There is a lot of responsibility on climate, safety and equity. First of all, just backing up what Fraser's submission was talking about, I am opposed to the proposal to cut money from the bike network. Our whānau have recently purchased e-bikes and the change has been transformative. Many trips under 5 kilometres that we previously made by car with our 2 small children are now done by bike. Our children are usually dropped off at school and childcare by bike, and I've become a regular cycle commuter into the city. It's been amazing. Keeping people safe on our streets is a core responsibility of council. Space for cycling is a necessary part of a modern transport system, and it means less cars on the road. Everybody wins. This photo that I sent through, this is of my son, Caleb. He's 3 years old, and this is on our walk/cycle to school. We're about 200 metres from the school, and we contend with large vehicles going 50 kilometres or faster on blind corners with narrow footpaths. It's very, I don't know how many of you guys have kids, but look at that. Like, it's really easy for a 3-year-old to have a misstep. This is why I support option B, and I want more done about protecting areas around our schools from cars. It seems reasonable that kids should be safe to get to and from school and childcare in particular. There is some work around Otauri School that is scheduled to happen, but I think a lot more needs to be done for road safety. Kia ora, Matthew. And yeah, it's incredibly important. My second submission is I'm opposed to cutting $500,000 in funding for community climate mitigation activities and transport education. These initiatives are really needed to create and sustain communities actively working together on better options. We cannot leave climate change to isolated individuals. We need to make these changes together to enable critical momentum to get our emissions down. It's through working together that we will not only support the investments that Council is making, but we actually improve everybody's quality of life. My third issue is that I am opposed to cutting funding to our wonderful local asset at Otauri Wilton and the Plant Conservation Lab. We should not cut funding that attracts significant investment and co-funding for science in our community. Otauri Wilton is a distinct and valued taonga that continues to grow in strength to strength for people to visit and enjoy. Was there any questions? I'd love some questions.
Councillor Ruati.
Thank you for coming in, Tara. That part where you've taken the photo there, how would you propose that, managing the cycle routes through these narrow streets would work for us?
I think it comes down to a suite of traffic calming measures that specifically thinks about cycling and increases, I think that you can increase pedestrian access, cycle access, and ensure that cars can safely get through. For some areas, there is areas of that road that could have a cycle lane through. There are areas where it cannot. So I think that it would be great to slow that right down to 30 kilometres per hour. There is a lot that could be done by looking at that stretch of road, but what it really needs some clear signals from an investment from council that sustainable transport options are the way of the future, and we need momentum on that in order to make the changes to keep our kids safe.
Question from Councillor Fern.
Kia ora, Tara. Thanks for coming in. I just wanted to question your community. What are you noticing? Are you the only one that's taken up this transforming the way that you move around in your community?
Well, my youngest Caleb goes to Bowen, which is just further, Bowen Childcare, which is just further along that road, and we take him by a cargo bike. And the amount of questions that we get from other parents, and we make the point about how commuting by cycling has really saved us time in our day, that it has cut down the need to find a car park, get the kids in and out of car seats, so there's a real momentum around parents with small children being able to increase our connectivity with the community and with each other, and that, it's been really great for us to be reducing our petrol bill at this time. So there's been a lot of questions about how we do it and what works and what doesn't work, and there's a lot of enthusiasm, and I think people are just figuring it out, but they're keen to, particularly as the price of petrol keeps going up.
Awesome. Thanks for coming in, Tara. Appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
Next, we'll welcome up Gaynor O'Sullivan.
So good morning, everyone, and appreciate the chance to speak. So my name's Gaynor O'Sullivan, and together with my husband Mike and my daughter Lisa and her husband, we run several properties in Wellington, so we're commercial property owners. We've been in Wellington for over 50 years, and we've always been strong supporters of the city. And when our business has done well, we've seen it our responsibility to give back philanthropically through community investment. However, over the past 5 years, the environment for business has become increasingly challenged. COVID impacts, significant insurance increases, and substantial rate rises have created real financial pressure. Many of our buildings currently no profit margin. While we can make adjustments to manage some costs, such as reducing insurance cover, we've no ability to manage or control the rates. Our reserves have been significantly depleted, and we've now had to defer planning refurbishment work as a result. A key concern is the rating system itself, because business owners in Wellington currently pay rates at a ratio of approximately 3.7 to 1 compared to standard residential ratepayers. This places an unfair and disproportionate burden on commercial property owners. In our case, we've experienced annual rates increases ranging from around 15% to 24%. One property has seen rates increase by 67% since 2022, and 30% of that was just in the last business year alone. If a contractor proposed increases of this scale to the council, they'd likely lose business very quickly. Yet these increases continue to be imposed on commercial ratepayers. And it raises the question, why are commercial ratepayers carrying such a large proportion of Wellington rates burden? And if this isn't justifiable, is this council prepared to do something about it? Our offices are located in Courtenay Place, and the uncertainty and disruption in that area has devastated many businesses. Potential tenants are reluctant to commit while there's no clear view of what the future of Courtenay Place will be. I came through this morning, 10 o'clock, there was barely a car in sight, with 6 or 8 car parks outside. There was just nothing happening. What was once the Golden Mile is now too often perceived as the Grey Mile, because nobody knows what's really happening. We also have concerns about representation within the rating system. For example, a ratepayer contributing many tens of thousands of dollars, in fact hundreds of thousands of dollars, we have one vote on the council, as does someone paying $10,000 on a rating home. Sorry, I've just lost my point. This can result in decisions influenced by well-meaning ideas but may lack practical consideration of the broader economic impact on the city. Additionally, during the COVID period, we were required to continue paying full rates, even when some of our premises just had to close for extended periods to minimise costs. That refers to, we have serviced accommodation, so there was just nobody around, and we just closed premises and upgraded everybody to one site. This has added to the cumulative financial strain. We would also like to highlight the impact of short-term accommodation platforms such as Airbnb. Some property owners are effectively operating business similar to ours, and that's the service departments I mentioned, offering serviced accommodation with kitchen and laundry facilities, yet are not rated as commercial entities. Regardless of scale, these are business activities and should be treated consistently within the rating system. The pressure of rising commercial rates has also forced us to defer investments in property improvements, and this has flow-on effects. Properties remain second tier, rental income reduced, and overall asset quality in the city declines. On a more constructive note, we believe there are opportunities for council to reduce costs and improve returns from its own property portfolio. For example, council could engage an independent property expert, I'm not talking just an accountant with dollars, property expert for a fixed term, say 6 months, to review its assets and identify opportunities such as alternative uses for underutilised properties, potential asset sales, revenue opportunities, as in signage, small business tenancies, kiosks, and operational efficiencies. This is standard practice in the business sector and could provide a strong blueprint for better asset management by the council. Finally, we care deeply about Wellington. Under the current commercial rating, however, we would struggle to recommend investing here commercially. Businesses increasingly seen simply as a funding base rather than as an essential contributor to the economic and social fabric of the city. We urge council to reconsider the balance of the rating system for commercial property and take meaningful steps to support the business that helps sustain Wellington. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. We'll just go to a quick question from Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Thank you very much for your submission. I was just interested in your comments about having a fair commercial treatment of short-term accommodation. So the budget proposes a 2.7, a sort of boutique differential between the residential and the 3.7 commercial. Do you think that is a fair approach, or do you think the 3.7 should actually apply in that instance?
I don't think 3.7 should apply to anybody. I would, if you're going to rate Airbnb as 2.7, I would actually be applying to have 2.7 apply to our service department accommodation. It is exactly the same as Airbnb. Thank you.
Thanks for your submission. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Wells Harrell. Welcome up, Wells.
Tēnā koutou katoa, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor. My name is Wells Harrell, and I'm very happy to be submitting today on the 2026 and 27 plan and budget. My family and I moved to Wellington last April in 2025, and one of the very first things that struck me as we made the trip from our family home in Kandala to the CBD was the connected cycling infrastructure along Hutt Road and Thornton Quay. I tried it for the first time not long after in my regular commute to work, and I remember thinking to myself as I was going down on my bicycle into the city, thinking, I honestly don't know how I would have made this trip before that infrastructure was put into place. Even with some of the conflict points here and there, I still felt safe and comfortable in a way that if I'd been forced to ride in regular traffic along Hutt Road, especially in commuting times, I'm not so sure I would have. And so I felt and come to think over the course of many, many rides since that it truly is a piece of infrastructure that I'm not sure as a cyclist and as a commuter I could do without. Fast forward to a few months ago with the of our city's crown jewel central library, Te Matapihi, just an extraordinary facility. I mean, truly a world-class place with so many ways for promoting knowledge and bringing community together. And as I was walking through with my wife, as we were making our first visit, going up and down the floors, going across the various rooms, looking at the various collections, stopping by the cafe, we said to ourselves, again, like how did we ever get on without this wonderful, wonderful place, a place to bring Wellington as a city, as a community together and strengthen our bonds with each other. And then, of course, fast forward to this past weekend when we had the opening of Te Ara Tupua, our latest connection between Wellington City and the Hutt. And I was one of the many hundreds, if not thousands of people who decided to make it out on even a cold and windy weekend day with clouds in the sky. There were just so many smiling faces of people who were delighted to be using this new piece of community infrastructure. Even though the primary purpose may have been different, it was to shore up the seawall. The benefits from this connection for pedestrians and cyclists alike, and even the occasional rollerblader, is just so invaluable. And again, I kept thinking to myself as I was bicycling to and from down the way and looking at all the people using this wonderful piece of community infrastructure, how did we ever get on without it? And so it is with that perspective that I encourage the council to be evaluating its own decisions in the context of the upcoming budget. As you could probably tell from my accent, I am from the United States. And so that means I have seen firsthand what can happen when the public starts to get cynical, when the public loses faith that its leaders and its institutions can truly make their lives better, can truly deliver on the promises of promoting public good. And I think this budget gives the council the opportunity to do something different, to look at its portfolio and say, where can we make investments in our people, our places, our community in ways that we will look back on and say, how did we ever do without? How did we ever get on without that? And so as you look at the budget for this year and make the appropriate planning decisions, I encourage you to kind of have that frame in mind. Because even though things are hard right now, I also want to align myself with the submissions of Mr. McMaster and Ms. Ford from earlier today, that ultimately this comes down to where are the sort of investments that we should prioritize? How is it that this council can meaningfully improve the lives of the people of this city the that I'm so grateful to be a part of? I read on the website earlier that the vision for Wellington is Ponake, the creative capital where people and nature thrive. So I think we all agree on where we want to go. The question is just how to get there. And so I would simply submit that wherever you have a chance to use your limited resources to make people's lives better, take that chance, because it will create those sorts of investments will create things that our tamariki, future generations, and this community will benefit from and will make us stronger. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Wells? Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Wells. Thank you. I'm just interested in the kōrero in your community, and I just asked the question before, but you know, what are you seeing in terms of people taking up the use of different ways of transporting? Like, what are you seeing?
We recently purchased our first home after renting for a little bit, and I'm just delighted to see the number of cyclists who cross straight in front. So we are in Kendala near Nicholson, that feeds into the bridle track. And so, you know, during commuting hours especially, I will see people of all ages, even some people on traditional bicycles making the trip back up, and I say more power to them, because it's a trip to make it up the bridle track. But I see people taking buses. I see people taking other forms of transport like the train. And so just being in a place that feels so connected to the CBD through so many different modes of transport is really important to us, and I think important to our neighborhood.
Thank you, Wells, for your submission. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Thanks. So I believe we have Anna Simmons here. You're welcome to come up ahead of time if you'd like. Do your submission now. You don't have to, but if you wish.
Be beneficial if we all to have a toilet break before we present or anything like that.
I think we can manage.
Kia ora tātou. Ko Jane Patterson aho. I'm the chair of the board of the Newtown Community Centre, and on my left is Anna Simmons, who knows all about it. Kai whakahaere. I want to start off by saying that we're going through tough times, which is nothing new for any of you. But at times like these, community facilities become even more important than they are in better times. And we don't expect miracles from the Council in terms of our annual grant, but we would like you to note that we currently self-fund 45% of our budget. We love our building. It's the refurbishment, which took a long time and cost a lot of money, is fabulous. and the previous manager furnished it in a way which makes all comers totally comfortable. And we've supported the centre and its excellence by getting a grant from lotteries of $240,000, which has enabled us to have an excellent sound, lighting and projection system in the theatre, which it makes it far more valuable for all the users and for Wellington as a whole that may use that facility. However, we do note with enormous sadness that we are the only community centre to have a proposed budget cut, with Smart Newtown budget eliminated. We've been stunned by this. Although the Newtown Library has computers, they also refer people to us for assistance, as do Citizens Advice and other community centres in the wider area, because not only does it provide internet access, it provides computer training, and it provides one-on-one assistance. I mean, for example, there's someone who says that if they didn't have access to that service, they would not be able to access their KiwiSaver. Functional disenfranchisement is a real risk for people these days, and this is a free and helpful service to minimise this risk, and with courses and individual support. As life gets more and more digital, I hope that I can keep up with what's required, so that I recognise how important having the services that I can go as I get stymied by some particular function that I need to be able to perform, go and ask Kevin or his replacement, how I can manage this transition. We very much hope this funding can be reinstated. The Newtown Community Centre won the Supreme Community Award last year at the Wellington Airport Communities Awards for its range of services, programs, advice and support. It seems bizarre that in the light of this, they are therefore the only centre to have their funding reduced in the proposed annual plan. And all I can conclude by saying is that I hope you have the wisdom of Solomon to make all the difficult decisions that are going to be in front of you. And if you've got any questions, Anna will know the answers.
Do you have any questions? Councillor Tiefenbacher?
Roughly how many people use the service of the community centre in a week? Oh, if you can push the button, please.
Mike?
Hello?
Yeah. Just once.
It's very difficult to know fully. We cook approximately 80 portions of food and they go, and then at Free Soup Friday we've got 40 people, and then our hires, we've got 6 venues. They are hired out 500 hours per month. We've got 40 regular hirers. It's a massive sort of operation. There's a queue outside Smart Newtown almost the whole day. People wait because it only opens at 10:30. People waiting from 9 a.m. In the little sort of lounge area outside. It's we don't have any door counters or the capacity at reception to have everybody sort of present themselves so that we can count people. It is just a sort of wonderful sort of, beautiful thing with many tentacles where everybody can come for many, many different things. Yeah.
So it's fair to say it's a well-appreciated facility.
Absolutely, by many people of many different walks of life, and that's key.
Quick question from Councillor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora, Anna and Jane. Just acknowledging that this decision is coming through grants, but you've come today to the annual plan.
Yeah, and the grants committee too. We're going to present.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Can you just outline how much of the funding has been recommended to be reduced? what the quantum was?
I think maybe 58,000.
I thought it was 62, but
I'll have a look at it because I'll bring the specifics on Wednesday.
Okay, thank you.
But with regards to the annual plan, it's very similar, our point here, in that these sort of community facilities, being the pools or the toilets or whatever falls under these community centres, it just means that people who are not able to afford expensive venues or activities or facilities can come and use these community ones together with everybody else. And so, and that's really important. And so if you cut funding from community facilities, they'll have to put up their prices for the venue hire, for example. They would have to potentially cut the available hours that they are open, and therefore becoming less accessible and less affordable to everyone to have that kind of shared space, that dignified space. Yeah.
Thank you both for coming in, doing your submission. We'll see you on Wednesday as well. Thank you.
thank you.
So we're going to take a wee bit of a break now. We'll be for around 20 minutes. We'll be back at 11:55. everyone. We've got a few. We'll jump ahead in the queue a little bit to Sam Bridgman, who is online. Welcome, Sam. Got 5 minutes, and leave any time for questions within that as well.
All right. You can hear me okay?
Yep, hear you nice and clear.
Oh, great. All right. Thank you. And thanks. And sorry I couldn't be there in person, which would have been my preference, but I appreciate the effort to allow this to occur online as well. And I appreciate you hearing from a lot of people. I just want to talk as a regular user of the many excellent council services and overall really good, but today really about our streets. And really just wanted to call out some of the framing, both sometimes in the plan, but more widely that it's talked about in terms of buses versus cars versus cyclists, and the way that we think about the way our streets are used. Because I think many, or if not most, residents in the city are multimodal. So we're not just cyclists, we're not just drivers, we're not just bus users, but actually many of us use all of those services all the time. And it's actually about thinking about an integrated, safe network rather than just cars versus cyclists, as often is referred to. And this really came home to me the other day because I've been recently teaching a couple of my children to drive, and it gave me quite a new perspective on the roads as well, especially as a car user. So when you've got a 18 and a 16-year-old and you're kind of trying not to hold the side of the door too tightly as they're driving down the streets, you suddenly appreciate that when there are bike lanes in place, that the cyclists are actually off to the side in a safe corridor for themselves. It makes it easier as a driver. And when someone like me that's been driving for 20 or 30 years, you just kind of don't think about it and you can weave in and out safely. But when you are learning to drive, you suddenly notice that the cycle lanes actually help drivers even more so, in that you have a nice narrow corridor to focus on, and not having cyclists come in and out of parked cars or whatever other obstacles are in their way. And really that just kind of reinforced to me that they are part of the recipe of a safe transport network. I think as a driver as well, bike lanes have not stopped me moving around efficiently, nor finding a park in the city when I need it. And I am a regular driver with, for mentioning children, but I'm also a regular cyclist. And I can say that the new cycle lanes and they have been really good, have also allowed me to move quickly around town, whether it be for meetings, for work, or just going to town shopping. And more importantly, they've saved me money, and I can tell you that is money that I have been continuing to spend in the bars and restaurants and music venues of Cuba Street and other places. So, without having those in place, I think the transport network overall would suffer. It would actually reduce our ability to move around and save money and spend that money in some of our local areas, shops and restaurants and so on. So just to finish, when you are making these decisions on how to spend, just thinking about that transport system overall, and that these bike lanes do provide a strategic asset within the transport system that still allow buses and cars and people that would like to walk and so on to effectively do so. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. We've got a question from Councillor Chung.
Hello.
Thanks very much, and much appreciated you making the effort to make the submission to us. I'm just thinking, on your bike rides, where we have quite narrow roads, where it's difficult to sort of put a cycleway in, how do you feel that is a big impediment to actually riding around? Or do you think that, I'll just get your feedback on what you think about some of these roads.
Yeah, it can be, especially for the new cyclists, I think. One of my boys has started using my bike a bit. We don't have cars for everyone, so we have to take turns. And I certainly notice that, one, as a parent, I'm a lot more wary of him going places where there are no bike lanes, and two, he's probably more nervous himself. So it is an impediment. But for me, as an experienced cyclist, I'm okay with it. But then I've been cycling for 20 or 30 years. So I don't think those areas are really aimed at me. And I think I would say, though, that as a regular rider, even though I'm in traffic and sometimes in bike lanes, the stress levels within my body, even after 30 years, are quite different in the traffic. Once I'm on a bike lane, it's a bit more enjoyable, and it makes me want to keep using such facilities, and I can see the benefit of them within, the physical kind of stress level within yourself. I appreciate it's very hard on those narrow roads. There's not an easy option, but I think a fully connected network would deliver the broader benefits rather than thinking about it as a road-by-road basis.
Great, thanks. Could I have a follow-up on that very quickly?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, just one quick question on that. So when you choose where to actually go riding with your kids, do you actually choose or specifically choose a place where there's where there are bike lanes, or do you choose a wherever you want to go to, regardless of what was there?
It depends on the purpose of the ride, and naturally, as my kids have grown up, why we're going riding. But no, I would seek out cycle lanes, and on the whole, they're far safer.
Great, thank you very much.
Thanks, Sam, for your submission. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Enjoy the day.
Next, we're going to move to Morgan Parker, who I think is online as well.
Hi, kia ora.
Hi, Morgan. You've got 5 minutes, and feel free to leave any time for questions within that as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, first of all, so I live in Mount Victoria, so I'm quite close to the city. In terms of transport, I'd say that I primarily drive around town. The main experience I would have with bike lanes would be the one on Cambridge Terrace. That bi-directional bike lane there, which runs north-south for the basin. And most of the time I'm passing that as a driver. I have occasionally used it as a cyclist, but primarily I drive around town. But I'd say that my kind of experience of that as a driver is a very positive one, that I like that kind of model of the bike lane where it is on one side of the road. So you've got less infrastructure that needs to be installed in terms of setting up the bike lane. It be set up faster. And it's quite a wide bike lane for people who are using it. And yeah, I'd say it's generally a very positive outlook on those. And so I think that cutting back spending on bike lanes by the council was a very sort of short-sighted move that just creates a future infrastructure deficit. Like that network really needs to be complete in order to really have people safely using it to get around town. I just think it's important to provide that choice to people, have a safe option for people to get around. I think in terms of it as a proportion of the transport budget, that the amount that is being spent on it has already cut significantly from the original long-term plan. And it seems like as a proportion of the capital expenditure for transport, which is it's something like 110 million overall, is your budget for next year, right? The 26-27 capex on transport. So the percentage of that which is going to cycling seems quite low in terms of the mode share. So it seems like it is being underfunded. And I think it would be good to see that funding level maintained, just so that a connected network, which is a safe way to get around town, can be completed. And I think it's particularly important at the moment, just like the cost of fuel is crazy, right? And I know that's going to obviously increase the cost for the council, but in terms of people commuting into town, I think it's a really good option for people to be able to safely cycle. But yeah, I didn't really have much more to add than that, just beyond wanting to support those. The other issues in front of the council, I'm less kind of like concerned about.
Thank you, Morgan. We do have a question for you from Councillor Osborne.
Kia ora, Morgan. Thanks for your submission. Just a real quick question. You talked about the importance of a connected cycleway. Where do you think are the missing connections now that we ought to focus on?
One that I would notice is around the waterfront, where I know that you can use the shared pedestrian pathway there. But that keys, I mean, I like I said, I live in Mount Victoria, so I'm often driving around the waterfront in that direction. I don't bike that way so much. When I've noticed that the volume of pedestrians around the waterfront is really high. And I just think that there's too much of a conflict, really, between those two mode uses, where it'd be nice for cyclists to maybe be able to casually cycle around there. But if people are trying to commute or move swiftly around the waterfront, there just isn't that kind of path. And so, like, as a driver, that I don't know the name of the road, if it's like Jervois Quay, Aotea Quay, but you know the street that I mean, the one opposite the council building now, that is 3 lanes each side. That's already a street that's too wide for the volume of traffic that's there. And you could easily take a lane from that just to get a connection from Cambridge Terrace around to where people would be commuting to, like the kind of main part of the city there, through to the, sorry, I don't know the name of half the streets, through to that Thorndon Quay area, like the street across the front of the railway station.
I think that'd be Bunny Street. Thanks, Morgan. Appreciate your answer.
Yeah. That's the main one I can think of.
Awesome. Thanks, Morgan. Appreciate you tuning in, and thanks for your submission.
Thanks. Cheers.
So now we're going to move to Raiden Law, who's online as well. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou. Yes, Raiden Law. Very phonetic.
Apologies.
In terms of pronunciation, that's fine. Not surprisingly, I am also here to talk to you about the Cycleway Network here today. I had the great pleasure of riding Te Aratapua both on Friday and on Saturday. I'm a resident of Newtown, and I was able to ride on a separated cycleway the whole way through to Petone, which is a pretty amazing experience and has been a long time coming. Lots of people have been involved in getting that project up and running. And I just want to congratulate the council, first of all, on the extent of cycleway network development that you have achieved, particularly over the last 5 years. And I think that it is an absolute legacy for the city, and it's something that you should be really proud of for those of you who have been involved in that decision making. I do want to acknowledge my strong support for continuing to invest in the cycling network and not looking to reduce the amount of spending that was proposed for the 26, 27 and 27, 28 financial years. I think you need to acknowledge the amount of momentum that the existing network has gathered in the city, and need to continue investing to make the most of that existing investment. So more people are encouraged to take up this active mode of transport and have transport choice. Cycling infrastructure is not a nice to have. It is an essential piece of transport network that allows us to connect our city together. It's really critical to have those cross-city connections that don't currently exist. On a daily basis, I ride up Victoria Street, and if you ride up there at 5 o'clock, you would know that most of the cycleway is actually has cars parked over it waiting to turn, particularly into State Highway 1. And this is pretty uncomfortable for cyclists on the road and quite unsafe. And I think we should just really, really continue to invest, make the most of the investment, and recognise that as you start to move away from investing in cycling infrastructure, the temporary nature of some of that infrastructure starts to degrade, and that makes it feel less safe for the cyclists who are on the road at the moment. And you're looking at losing the momentum you've already gained. I don't really have anything more to add to that, except that some of the supporting services that are provided, like bike space, also really help people who don't necessarily have the confidence to do their own bike maintenance, to get out on the road or on the connected cycleway network and make the most of those facilities.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from Councillor Tiefenbacher?
So you mentioned the fact that we need to also invest in the upkeep of the current cycleways. So if you're riding up Brooklyn Road, for example, the cycleway does need some repair there because it looks quite crappy. My question is, though, where would you like us to take the money out of to pay for that? Because we obviously have this issue whereby we're trying to budget, to try and budget without actually putting too much pressure on the ratepayers during the cost of living crisis. And I'm just wondering where you see we can potentially make some extra savings so we can actually put more money into that.
I didn't see anything in the consultation document that offered alternatives for where you could make those cuts. I also have a day job and I don't have a huge amount of time to look at your budget processes. But I would suggest that not investing is not the right choice here.
Okay, thank you.
Don't see any further questions. Thanks for your submission. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next, we're going to go to Ashok Jacob, representing Unions Wellington. You're welcome to stand at the podium there or at the desk. You've got 5 minutes. Welcome to leave any time for questions within that, but we are heading to a break afterwards, so I'm sure councillors will have a chance to ask as well after that.
Okay. Hello. Oh, yep. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to submit orally on the proposed annual plan for 2026-27. I'm submitting on behalf of Unions Wellington, the local affiliates council for the New Zealand Council of Trade Unions, Te Koe Ka Mahi. Just want to thank some of my comrades behind here who have come here to support this submission. Thanks very much to them. I want to thank many of you for your attendance at the launch event for our Wellington Works report a few weeks ago. I also want to acknowledge that many of you, including the Mayor and Deputy Mayor, have been key leaders in implementing a commitment in the Triennium Plan to investigate further some of what I'm going to talk about. 3 of the 4 proposals from the proposed annual plan are based around either reducing expenditure, of particular interest to a lot of submitters, I understand, deferring some aspects of the Cycleways project, or increasing user costs to services. To us, this emphasises that WCC's current model of service delivery is unsustainable. We attached a copy of the report to our written submission precisely because it is so relevant to the problems we're presented with in the proposed annual plan. To those who haven't read it, I'll summarise some key points. Outsourcing costs us money in both the short run and the long run. In the short run, we are paying for the dividends of infrastructure monopolies. Infrastructure companies in New Zealand operate in an imperfect market with weak competition. This has been noted many times by the Infrastructure Commission. The infrastructure sector has paired low productivity growth with healthy profit margins for decades now. Downer in 2025 increased their profit by 250%. And we revealed last year, Unions Wellington revealed, that the ultimate owners of EnviroWaste, who operate the city's rubbish collection network, operate an ongoing $120 million loan to their shareholders from the Cayman Islands. Even where dividends aren't being paid for excess profit, outsourcing costs us more in other ways. The report notes that in addition to charging for the profit margin, contractors build other costs such as loan interest and asset depreciation into their prices, which WCC sometimes pays many times over through layers of subcontracting. Someone at the report launch came up to me and said that they'd worked on done roading contracts for the council, and that because of subcontracting, they'd noticed that when they'd been called out to a job, there were 8 different people coming out in 8 different vans with 8 different sets of tools. That's a cost that they charge to the council. The council pays for its own interest and depreciation, of course, but it builds its own wealth and capacity while doing so, essentially the benefit of owning as opposed to renting. In the long run, through outsourcing, an organisation loses its internal ability to understand whether or not it's getting a good deal or getting good results. This is exemplified, we think, in the $16 million project management budget for the sludge minimisation facility, where project managers have been flown in from Australia, and the numerous cost blowouts we've faced in infrastructure in the last 5 years. The point of all this is to say, no wonder we're under financial pressure. Unions Wellington understands that fee increases are sometimes necessary where costs have increased. However, we oppose in general the user pays model for public services. Public services are one of the most effective ways to redistribute power and wealth in an unequal society. That's quoting from the Reserve Bank. They grant all citizens access to services based on need rather than ability to pay. That's quoting from the New Zealand Initiative. The user pays model is regressive and undermines that core aspect. This is why we oppose moves towards a higher proportion of costs for user fees, especially for non-commercial services such as what is proposed for cremation fees. Even if insourcing capacity to deliver large-scale infrastructure delivery is difficult or costly in the short term, the savings made by insourcing other services can be invested elsewhere. To reduce the need for future cuts, we urge WCC to consider the proposals in our report, the Wellington Works report. The report identifies what we call low-hanging fruit services, where the capital investment required for insourcing would be relatively low. We suggest this includes professional services in engineering and legal, facilities cleaning, which I understand is up for tender at the moment, and security. But there may be more. Some people have identified traffic management, and I want to acknowledge the work done already on this. Our report was written by volunteers, and the costings are all based on publicly available information. For copies of the report, you can visit unionswellington.org.nz or ask one of the people who attended our launch event to share their hard copy. Thanks again for the opportunity to submit to this.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Fern.
Yeah, kia ora, Unions Wellington. Thank you and apologies for not being able to make the meeting the other night. Just thank you for highlighting this. So just in your top three, I noticed that the waste collection services and recycling weren't listed there. Would you support those coming back in-house?
Absolutely, we would support that, but it wasn't identified as a low-hanging fruit service, particularly because there would be quite a large capital investment required to acquire all of the trucks, and also the depot is currently based out in the hut. So it would be comparatively difficult to insource those in the short term.
Okay.
But we absolutely support happening eventually.
We'll just go to a quick question from Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for coming in, Ashok. Much appreciated, and I enjoyed the other night too. There's one question I'd like to ask you about. You talk about, in your report, in this submission, you talk about the boat owners. We've had people come in and talk about the proposed increased charges there, but they see that the boats are only worth about $4,000 to $5,000. So would you still advocate increasing the charges for parking their boats at the marina?
I didn't mention the boat owners directly, but I do think that we generally oppose any increases beyond the cost of living to fees that are currently charged for services.
Great, thanks very much, and thanks for coming in.
Thanks, Ashok. Appreciate you coming in and appreciate everyone else as well. Thank you. So we're just going to have to move to a quick vote to adjourn the meeting. So I'll move a quick motion that the Taurapa Council Planning and Finance Committee adjourn the meeting until 1:40, Monday 18th of May. Do I have a seconder for that one? Councillor McNulty, Deputy Mayor McNulty. So now put that motion which has been moved and seconded. Those in favour press 1, those against press 2. Declare that motion carried, and yep, we'll be back at 1:40, and this room will be closed as well. Thanks everyone. welcome up our first submitter, Marge Britt Engelhart, if I'm saying that right. You've got 5 minutes. You're welcome to take a seat or stand at the podium there. And just if you want to leave some time for questions, leave that within the 5 minutes as well. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ko mai Brett Engelhart toko ingoa. Firstly, I'll start with a point of democracy, given that some councillors have publicly criticised some council staff for being anti-democratic. Democracy is about listening to all voices, listening and respecting the views of the majority, not just the loudest voices or those with the most resources. It means not continuing to revisiting decisions that have already gone through extensive public consultations, which is going to increasingly disenfranchise those voices that are least likely to engage it to start off with, because an influential minority do not like the decisions. I moved to Wellington or Poniki just over 10 years ago. I really love that city then. Yes, there are infrastructure and other deficits from many very historic poor decisions and accountability. This does not mean that the council cannot and should not cut some costs and raise new revenue, and I support many of those initiatives. However, there needs to be an investment, not a short-term budget view to it. There's got to be a balance of addressing past neglect with investing to make a viable future city. More consideration should also be considering to the economic position of many of our constituents. Some of them may need a longer period of time to be able to cover costs. There also needs to be more evidence-based, more investment, future-focused and less reactive and less squeaky wheel solutions. Need to invest in people infrastructure first and foremost. Poniki is at a turning point. Around the world, the evidence is really clear. The most successful cities invest in people-first infrastructure, reliable public transport, safe cycling networks, walkable neighbourhoods, affordable houses and vibrant public spaces. This is more likely to attract young people, family, tourists, entrepreneurs than cities designed mostly around cars. The evidence is clear that these become congested, pollutive, expensive and less attractive to live in. Safe and connected cycleways and walkways are not anti-business. They support local business and the future by increasing foot traffic, accessibility and livability. People choose where they live today, or at least a number of people have choices. Entrepreneurs, youth, skilled people, families, they will continue to exercise these choices based on the decisions we make today. Back to my earlier point about being future-focused, but yet also recognising the economic realities. Short-term accommodation operators should pay not a proportionate rate, but the full commercial rate, because they get all the benefits of commercial business, but often without the same contribution in terms of taxes, jobs and currently rates. There is significant evidence that they contribute to housing shortages and affordability pressures. Look at Queenstown, look at Tasmania. I could give example after example. Too many homes are being removed from the long-term rental market for short-term profit, while the wider community bears a social and economic context. Poniki needs long-term and diversity of residents, thriving neighbourhoods and sustainability businesses more than it needs unchecked growth in unfair short-term accommodation options. Going back to, again, my point about investment versus short-term reactive thinking. Vibrant, future-focused cities invest in climate resilience and emissions reduction. Ignoring climate realities now, in 2026, only creates larger costs later. Aotearoa and Poniki are renowned for paying for recovery and putting only a pitiful amount of money in preventative and early intervention options as far as climate change goes. Reducing climate adaptation spending in this time ignores overwhelming scientific evidence and recent weather events, which I don't think anyone needs to be reminded about, affecting our community and across Aotearoa and globally. Infrastructure underinvestment over decades cannot be solved through short-term squeaky wheel or anti-progress thinking. Poniki's cultural energy matters just as much as its balance sheet. A city that feels stale, tired and unwelcoming will struggle to attract visitors, skilled workers and investment. This is a make or break moment for Poneke. We must decide whether we want to reduce costs and increase revenues in ways that support the future or the past. Where is the right balance? Do we want to invest in becoming a modern, affordable, vibrant city for future generations? Or do we want more of the past, drifting further towards stagnation and decline? And I can tell in the 10 years that I've been here, I haven't seen so much progress as more of the same, and a very sort of move towards more of the same is going backwards, while other cities move ahead and our dynamic and future residents move to these. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kia ora. Thank you. Unfortunately, we've run out of time for questions, but thanks for coming in. Really appreciate it.
Ka pai.
Next, we're going to move to Peter Rodder, who I believe is online. Welcome, Peter. Peter, are you there online?
Hi, yes.
Welcome. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I don't have a lot of opinions, but just one opinion on the cycleways and one on Airbnb. As far as the cycleway is concerned, I have been a cycle commuter for 9 years in various countries around the world, and I've never had any incidents or issue. And I prefer to ride on a road, not on a cycle lane. I feel that the cycle lanes that I find in Wellington make it more dangerous, not less dangerous for me as a cycle commuter. There's much more road markings that confuse both drivers and cyclists. Cyclists are sometimes hidden behind rows of cars, and which makes crossing those lanes quite dangerous as well. And the roads are really good in Wellington. They're fantastic. So I don't see the need for additional infrastructure to segregate cyclists from road traffic. I think the segregation creates more issues than it fixes. And I think if the issue is that road users are not sharing the road correctly with other road users, that should be the thing that we try to correct, rather than creating separate roads for separate categories of road users. We may need to make motorcycle lanes, we may need to make big car lanes, little car lanes, all sorts of stuff. So yeah, I quite strongly oppose cycle lanes overall and any investment in them, and would much prefer to use the road to cycle on. And then on the Airbnb rates increase, it just to me seems like additional layers of making things more difficult for people rather than easier. And I would suggest that the council maybe rather look at ways to promote small people doing small businesses by reducing their rates if they are opening up their houses to travelers and tourists coming into the city, because those travelers are bringing with them their money, their expenditure, their VAT and tax. And the people who are running the Airbnbs are providing a valuable service. And so it's not nice to hurt them additionally, but rather to support them. And I'd like to ask the council, what ways do they support individual businesses, like people running their little Airbnbs or making additional room in their house available? How do they support these individuals, but to do these services for the city?
Thank you, Peter. We have a question from Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, Peter. I was just wondering, I mean, I've heard you about your preference for riding your bike on the road, but I guess what I've heard from people over the years on council is people who are less confident to do that already, and particularly women and children who do support separated cycle infrastructure. So I'm wondering if you thought about the perspective of those other cyclists.
Yeah, my perspective is, and I saw a news article last week or a little video about Evans Bay Cycleway, which then ends somewhere. And everyone who was interviewed said they had no idea what to do. As soon as the cycleway ended, then they were confused and they didn't know what to do in traffic. And I think this is one of the issues that the cycleways create, is that you're putting people who are not confident cycling on a road in a situation where they would be cycling on a road. And so those people should rather have courses, maybe even a license to cycle on the road, so that they're taught how to do it correctly and they can have confidence doing that, rather than creating a completely separate system for them. And again, if that is the case, then maybe would those individuals who feel like they are not confident on the road, would they fund it themselves? Or are they asking society to fund something specifically for them?
I've just got a follow-up. Would another option for those people who are less confident and when they hit the end of a separated cycle lane, another option would be to connect those cycle lanes that we have?
Well, I think, yeah, we could spend more money and we could make more infrastructure, but ultimately, if there's a cycle lane and people are only willing to use cycle lanes, and those people who are not competent or confident to commute on those cycle or on roads, I think are not road users. They are recreational users. And so maybe the budget for those things should come out of the same budget that creates parks and recreation, because those are recreational users, not transport users.
Thank you, Peter. Appreciate you tuning in to do your submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to move to Mark Brown. Welcome, Mark. Welcome to stand at the podium or take a seat at the head of the table there.
I'm here, so I'll stay here and get started. Thank you all very much for your time. I saw a very long list of people that you've got to listen to today, so I'll try and be succinct. I've been a Wellingtonian all my life, and I'm here in private capacity, but I work at a fund management company down the road, a New Zealand one, and I run the fixed interest team. And so as part of that team, we invest on behalf of KiwiSaver and superannuation clients well over $100 million invested in LGFA bonds and about another 100 mil or so, which is in other council bonds. And as part of that role, we think about the financial situation of the local authorities around the country and the arrangement that you guys have with LGFA, which has been hugely beneficial to Wellington Council, I think, in terms of the pricing and availability of debt financing that it's had. But one of the other things that we do as part of our work is to think about cash flows and household cash flows. And if I look at the pace of which we have had council rates increase over the last few years, one of the concerns I have is as that compounds through time, if we've got, say, a 2% inflation rate and an 8% growth rate in councils and so on, in today's dollar terms, in 10 years, that burden doubles for an average median household in New Zealand. I think median rates in Wellington are $5,177 last year. That would become 10, and then it would become 18,000 in real terms in 20 years. So it's an emergency sort of situation that I'm sure you guys appreciate. And another element of that mix is with the rate capping regime potentially coming through. This morning on national radio, Fitch Ratings, which is a credit rating agency, talked about potential downgrades for councils in that environment because you wouldn't have such ready access to increasing rates to fund yourselves. And if councils experience downgrades as you go further and further down, the LGFA would be charging you higher marginal tax rates as well. So whichever path you go down, the financial situation is a challenge. So you know that pretty well. The area I guess I'm interested in raising is looking at things that you don't need to be doing. And I think a really large one, and I know there's socially it would be a hugely contentious thing, and that many councillors have campaigned specifically on it. But this is looking at the provision of community housing in Wellington. Under the legislation, as you'll be aware, you're not obliged to do it. In the 10-year plan, I think you guys are looking to be spending $439 million over the next 10 years out of your CapEx budget, which is more than 10% of the total. There will be other costs, obviously, associated with maintaining that stock. Around the country, some councils do communities, some don't, and there are other providers. There's the government's entity, obviously, but also there are some charities and churches, and they're not providing a huge amount, but around Wellington, we've got the Salvation Army, we've got Dwell and Kilburnie, who've got fantastic wee resource, but I think they've got 19 places. What I'd invite the council to think about, and I know it's a long way away from a lot of people's prior thinking, would be to think about reducing the stock of the community housing you've got, and what that would do is would reduce your debt, would reduce the servicing cost of that property, and if you could shift those assets to other providers, it can continue as a social resource inside Wellington. We're aware of the need, but I think that would be quite an interesting thing for you guys to have a look at. And I think by shifting the ownership, you'd reduce the financial burden on the council, which would enable you to free up to go into different areas. And I also think, just given the financial situation, it's probably an area that you're going to be challenged to do well going forward. So I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Thanks, Mark. We have a question from Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Yeah, kia ora, Mark. I was just wondering if you're aware of the deed that the City Council has with central government around social housing. So in 2007, essentially, they footed half the bill in the Healthy Upgrade program, and then we've been liable for the other half, and we've deferred on doing that until now. So that contractually bounds us to a certain level of ownership of property, as well as the level of upgrades and things like that. So I was just wondering if you had the awareness of that sitting over our decisions.
No, I didn't. Maybe I'd invite you to renegotiate in the situation you're at. I mean, the central government have tried to assist Wellington Council in certain areas, and I know it's an area that they won't want to just take on themselves because of their own fiscal situation, but I think from your point of view, you'd want to rediscuss that with the government. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Mark. Unfortunately, we're out of time now, but really appreciate you coming in.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks. Yep. I don't believe Bethany Miller is here, so we'll go next to Dr. Nick Lambrixton, who's online. Apologies if I've got that wrong. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
I made my submission, and I trust that the members of the council have looked at diligent page 469, which I understand is where the submission is. And I basically strongly oppose the savings from the proposed Otairi Native Plant Trust. And it also proposes the rehoming of the Otairi laboratory. Now, the cost of rehoming has not been considered or has not been shown, and the proposed savings, I believe, are insignificant compared to the long-term viability of this research establishment. And the research conducted at this lab has made a huge contribution to native plant conservation. And as a botanist, I do not want to lose it. I noticed that the Planning and Finance Committee at its meeting of 12 March 2026 had to consider a document comprising 136 pages so that it would have been easy to overlook the importance of item 17, which is the one I'm referring to, and the impact the proposed reduction would have on the future of this laboratory. Therefore, I recommend that the lab's budget be not reduced by $211,000. That's about all I wish to say at this point, and if there are questions, then I'll try to address them. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Do we have we do have a question from Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I much appreciated you making the effort to speak to us. Regarding the Otari lab, do you think that the best place for a lab is actually at Otari, because it's quite small and the expansion areas are not available? So would that not be better off with under the wing of someone like Doc or a university, do you think?
Well, if it can be accommodated by either of those agencies that you suggest, yes. I understand that the Trust has made an offer of research at a special a special research scholarships, but again, I assume that would be at its present location in Wilton Bush and not at a location at the university, but I haven't got the details on that issue. But yes, if it can be accommodated at some other location, that would be marvelous. But I think the costs of doing so should be very carefully considered, because the laboratory is quite well set up, and any move should be, as I say, carefully considered.
Great, thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Thanks, Nick. Do we have any further questions? Councillor Randall.
Yes, I noticed that when it came to the cycleway proposals, you selected option A, but you also commented on reduced rates. I was wondering if you could explain why you chose option A compared to option B, or what you really think about the cycleway program.
I have to look whereabouts. Oh, is this regarding reducing cycleways program?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think it should be reduced wherever possible, because I do think that the bike network is not economically viable, and the vast sums of money that have been spent on the cycle track network, I don't think is being used to justify the huge expense incurred. And while it may be an option for the future, I think with the present financial constraint, it would be much better to reduce. And I thought option A was the suggested option to do so.
So just to be clear, if there was an option just to stop the cycleways, would you have chosen that over option A?
Yes, I would be inclined to say that at this point in time. I think basically Wellington is, apart from the flat areas, is not a very convenient and congenial area for cycleways, and the constraint it imposes on other road users, I think, is quite daunting and quite, well, I wouldn't say alarming, but yeah, it's a major concern.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. We're just at the end of time now, but really appreciate you doing a written submission and tuning in to speak to us today as well. Thank you.
Well, I'm very pleased the system actually works. So thank you.
Thanks. We're going to head to Bethany Miller, who I think is here now. Thank you. You're welcome to stand at the podium or take a seat at the table there as well. Just in front.
I'll use the podium.
Cool. You got 5 minutes, and if you want to leave some time for questions within that 5 minutes, that'd be good as well.
Cool, thank you.
No worries.
Kia ora, it's wonderful to be here today. I love that the new council is overlooking the water, and I'm so excited to be here just after the opening of Te Aratupua. What an incredible route. I was busy rehearsing a climate change play on Saturday, so I couldn't check it out then, but I'm about to go on it after this. But what my family told me was that there were people of all ages there. Literal babies, children, to very, very old, walking it. And what I would like to express is that cycleways and improving our pathways for cyclists makes our roads and streets better for everyone. It calms streets so that there are less injuries, literally less deaths, and it makes it safer and it makes it a wonderful way to get around. I biked here today, and I also just came from teaching a bunch of kids to ride on the road safely. I get to witness every day the future users of our cycleways. I get to take them on these cycleways and teach them how to navigate them safely. I also get to teach adults how to use these cycleways on guided rides and also going out with my own family and friends in my own time. And what I do have to say about it is that connected cycleways work, but disconnected cycleways create a lot of problems. These pathways are especially for people, I love using them, they make my riding around so much nicer, but they're especially for people who haven't started riding yet. That's the target, that's the special target. And those people do find it really scary on the roads and really scary having to weave on and off cycleways. Now that Te Ara Tupua is open, we don't want them to get all the way to Wellington and then have nowhere to go. That's why we need a connected north to south route. That includes Featherston Street and the other ways to get that connected. These will benefit everyone. We are in a fuel crisis. We are also in a climate crisis. And when the world is so grim, it's also our well-being that suffers. Having ways to get around outside that are cheap, good for our health, and getting out and about helps all of those things. This is the most deeply unwise time to stop this. These cycleways networks, and this whole network, Paenaki Poneki, that has been internationally renowned, got awards, and also got awarded funding. It is so successful. It is so popular. Stopping it halfway is ludicrous. So I thank you so much for the incredible work you've done so far, and we're not finished yet. Don't mess with success. Keep going. On that note, I really quickly want to say that I think it's also a deeply disturbing time to be reducing our carbon emission reducing budget. The fact that we have grants for community groups that are already putting in so much of their own value to help reduce our emissions while doing the most amazing social enterprises. Like, I love going to Everybody Eats. I love Kaicycle. I love Ekerua, and I live near there. And I've been helped so much by them myself. These groups add their own value. We're only putting from the council in a tiny bit. So please, this is the time to make those stronger, to boost those things. I also work with so many kids, and it pains me to think we would be making our road safety worse for them. That is utterly irresponsible. Please, we need to look after our tamariki. Finally, in my last 30 seconds, I, as well as being a cycle instructor, I am an artist. Artists bring so much value to our creative capital. We need to be able to, we need activations to do throughout the year. That includes Te Ngako Civic Square. We need those grants. Do not take 700 plus K away from funding. Boost it instead. It helps our well-being and everything else in our capital.
Thanks, Bethany. Really appreciate you getting in time. So I'll give you one question, Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks. I'll be very quick. You mentioned that you think that we should have a cycle lane down Featherston Street. Featherston Street is an extremely busy street. So would you think it's not better for cyclists to ride along the waterfront? It's being safer and not in any danger of being...
Yeah, I'm not a traffic engineer. I think it's a beautiful place to ride, but when you have shared paths, it actually makes it less safe for pedestrians. So I would say you want to you want to have lots of different options. You want to have those options, but people on bikes need to get into town as well. So have those options available as well, especially because for people riding bikes, some might only feel safe enough on the waterfront, but others are getting confident enough to be able to try the road if there's a cycleway. But thanks for your question.
Great. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Appreciated.
Thanks, Bethany. Appreciate you coming in.
Thanks, everyone.
Next, we're going to go to Ben Jones and Joel Cosgrove, representing iGum Music Collective. Welcome. Just press the button. Yep.
The one that says push?
There we go.
Glorious. It's really obvious when you're told. We're here representing the iGum Music Collective, a Pōneke-based organisation focused on hosting events that celebrate our amazing live music scene. We're big flag wavers for our city. We love it. We're also fathers, so we're unlikely to leave anytime soon. My name is Joel, founding member of our collective, and this is Ben, our current chairperson. We've been around for more than 12 years now. And we put on a whole bunch of different events of sizes and scope. We put on a regular free shows at San Fran, which host over 300 people. It's often the starting point for acts coming through as some of their first gigs. We've hosted over 400 shows here over the past decade. And we aim to showcase local up-and-coming artists to larger audiences. We also have Great Sounds Great, which we book all of the Cuba Street precinct. If you want to organise a gig that night, you can't because we've booked everywhere, ranging from Valhalla to Miaunui and everything in between. So this year we should have over 2,000 people milling around enjoying the best that Wellington has to offer. We're a volunteer-run collective. We've been very fortunate to receive council funding to support this work over the past few years. It's been essential for us to deliver this important mahi in an increasingly challenging organisation. We believe that independent arts organisations deliver and can deliver excellent value for money, given the outsized benefit the creative sector contributes to Wellington's economy. Also, a consistent and unique cultural calendar is why many people choose to live in our capital. It's one of our points of difference and one of our strengths. Nowhere else in the country can you have Newtown Fest in Cubarupa, where technically 2/3 of the population come out in the same month. You look at something like Loomis Festival. No one does these things like we do, and that's one of our strengths. All the projects supported through council arts funding help build and maintain the local infrastructure needed for these events to exist. A lot of these people involved are contractors, so it's not, these people have multiple jobs that form an interconnected web that give them a lifestyle, that give them a living. So it's not just about individual events, it's about the network of these events creating a framework for our arts sector to exist. I'll pass you over to Ben.
Last week, we received a timely reminder of the difficulties facing event organisers. Tamaki Makoto's Others Way Festival, which is one of the most, and has been one of the most beloved events for the past decade amongst artists and music fans around the country, is no longer able to continue due to tough conditions. A multi-venue festival taking over K Road in central Auckland, our Great Sounds Great Festival would not exist without it. Rising costs, changing attendance behaviour, access to sponsorship, and changes to central government funding, such as Creative New Zealand grants, have been cited by the promoter as reasons for its closure and are challenges we and all other similar organisations in Wellington are facing. We urge Council against reducing funding for independent arts organisations, given the importance of their work and the efficiency with which they can produce the events off the smell of an oily rag. Taking iGum as an example, with a relatively small amount of funding, we can deliver 2 major projects which produce significant positive outcomes and are unique within Aotearoa. Our weekly showcases, as Joel mentioned, attract audiences of over 300 people on a Wednesday night and are the envy of all other music scenes around the country. Great Sounds Great Festival is now the largest of its kind in New Zealand, and we believe it will have the best lineup of all local artists in the country this year that includes homegrown. I would like to finish by reiterating that we are extremely grateful for all the support we have received from Council in the past few years and hope to receive in the future. And we especially thank the work of staff we've interacted with. In particular, the introduction of annual stability funds last year provides much needed certainty for us and other organisations. And we're also excited about the next phase of the Ahotini strategy and working closely with Council and other arts organisations in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a question from Councillor Tiefenbacher.
Firstly, thanks very much for what you guys do. Secondly, can you give us just a picture of, if the council tried to do what you guys do, how much more it would cost us? Because I think, the reality is on funding, we're enabling you a little bit to do stuff, but obviously you raise a lot of funds elsewhere, which we would have to supply if we weren't actually empowering you, or you couldn't do it because we reduce our funding. So could you give us some picture of that maybe? What percentage maybe?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for us to say, to give a firm number or percentage, but I think definitely more. I think it definitely would cost more. We have existing infrastructure, networks, connections. This is really what we do, what we specialise in. And as we mentioned, what we really want to get across is that not just us, but other groups like us in Wellington, we only need a lot to get a lot out of it. We only need a little bit to get a lot out of it in terms of these sorts of projects.
We'll just squeeze one in from Deputy Mayor McNulty as well.
Well, sort of along the same lines. So there's a proposed cut in terms of us setting up activations in Tanako. So that's a brand new thing we're doing. So it's really the view that we're probably better off finding the people that are already doing things in the creative sector and actually that funding going and breeding into people doing the doing, so to speak, rather than trying to build things from scratch.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of organisations that can do that. So it's less about who does it and that we do it in the most effective and efficient way. So however you do it, do it. But I think that these are really important anchor points that really help, especially at this time of the year. Events are a bit like a smiley face. July and August are some of the thinner times. A lot of people work their most during summer, and so this time is when people try to live on their savings and eke out whatever work's coming through, because for obvious reasons it's much harder to put on an event in July than it is in February.
Yeah, but I think generally we would support in principle that proposal. We think, if with a constrained budget, I think generally speaking, that funding is better directed towards those independent organisations that have, the space, the scope, the time, and the networks to really make those special events happen.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. We're out of time now, but thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Next, we're going to go to David Pannett, representing Creative New Zealand Toi Aotearoa.
Thank you. Ina rangatira mā tēnā koutou katoa. I'm David Pannett, the Senior Manager for Strategy and Engagement at Creative New Zealand Toi Aotearoa, and I'm here representing Creative New Zealand and our governing board, the Arts Council. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today. It's great to see many of you again and to meet the new councillors as well. Creative New Zealand is the National Arts Development Agency of Aotearoa. We're here to encourage, promote and support the arts in New Zealand for the benefit of all New Zealanders. We really value our work with Wellington City Council to support a vibrant, connected and economically strong city. In March, with the Arts Foundation, we hosted the Wellington edition of All In for Arts, He Wakatoi e Eke Noa Nei Tātou, at Parliament. And hopefully the Mayor doesn't mind me quoting him. As the Mayor shared at the event, Wellington is a city that prides itself on its extensive and deep creative sector. It's very important for me as Mayor to make sure that our organisation, the City Council and our councillors are getting right and behind that continuing support and evolution of the sector. And we totally agree. So we've got three key messages for you today. Firstly, Council is a crucial investor and partner in the arts. Your investment unlocks more investment. Council funding enables artists, practitioners and arts organisations to leverage funding from other sources, including us. Consistent funding from Council is vital in supporting the arts ecosystem in Te Whanganui-a-Tara. We're all aware that the ecosystem is fragile. Probably heard me say this before, but our research tells us that the average income for creative professionals remains stubbornly low at $37,000 per annum, with only $19,500 of that coming from creative pursuits alone. So we urge Council to maintain its investment in the city's arts communities. We urge you to maintain the creative capital budget to support artists, arts communities and organisations across the wider creative ecosystem to continue to make their vital and valued contributions to the city. We urge you to retain funding for the Tanako Civic Square activation to support cultural programs that enhance the city centre and activate public spaces. Arts and cultural programs in Tanako will boost vibrancy and support local businesses, hospitality and tourism. Those programs also support and build skills, knowledge and career pathways for artists and creatives. Our next key message is Wellingtonians strongly support the arts. From our most recent research, New Zealanders in the Arts, we know that people's personal connection with the arts continues to grow. The arts matter to Wellingtonians. Our research tells us that around 70% recognise the benefits of the arts to the economy and to wider New Zealand society. 69% agree that the arts and culture have a vital role to play in the future of Wellington. And 67% agree that the arts make an important contribution to community resilience and well-being. Finally, working together is key. Arts organisations, iwi and hapu, community funders and others are natural partners in building a thriving, diverse Wellington. The creative sector helps Council deliver on its vision for Pōneke, the creative capital where people and nature thrive. Secure and stable investment in cultural infrastructure, services and activities by Council through the annual plan and into the long-term plan is crucial for a healthy Wellington arts ecosystem. Arts, culture, creativity and Ngātoi Māori bring life, colour and joy to the city. Council support creates a vibrant Wellington, enhances social wellbeing and community connection, and showcases Pōneke creatives on the national stage. Your investment creates essential infrastructure for strong, prosperous, connected and healthy communities. Continuing this investment enables arts communities to help you achieve your vision and ambitions for Wellington. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa, mauri ora kia tātou katoa.
Thank you, David. We've got a question from Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for coming in, David. I have a question. Do you think we're better off to direct our grant funding towards organisations like yours, where you've got an existing structure, or these much smaller organisations or smaller groups who come up and say that this is what I want to do, this is the art show that I want to have? Which do you think is more efficient or better use of our money?
I think it's really important to be able to have good, strong local decision making, and we achieve that at the moment working with you on the Creative Communities Scheme. It involves us saying, here's a pot of money, and like your local grants committee to distribute that effectively on our behalf, but for the benefit of Wellingtonians. So I think there's in some cases money for organisations that are nationally focused or have a strong presence comes through us, but increasingly it'll likely be being decided and delivered by closer to home in Wellington. So we're in the process of starting a process of what we're calling empowered communities or tuku rauemi, which will increasingly see us partnering with regional organisations to deliver funding for events and arts that happen in Wellington through Wellington. So there's a RFP process that's live on that at the moment, and we're considering who's putting their hand up to be able to do that. But I think increasingly our funding will be less decided at the office in Wellington or Auckland and more locally within the communities, and which makes it more connected, more relevant to the ambitions of those communities. So I think horses for courses, but increasingly it'll be more done locally.
Thanks, David. We're out of time now, but really appreciate you coming in doing some issue. Thanks. Next, we're going to go to Alan Blake. I know you just arrived, but if you are ready to go, you're welcome to. Thanks.
Kia koutou. Kia ora tātou. I'm Ellen Blake. This is my personal submission on the annual plan. I'll be very quick. I've got, just in brief, I support increasing the rates on B&Bs, and I don't support increasing the fees for swimming for children. I think it's really important that children can get to be swimmers. And I know you're always asking how to make more money, so my ideas are that you do in fact charge motorbike parking in the central city. I don't know why that got chucked out, and I think that we should be charging car parking, residential car parking everywhere. I think the whole purpose of public space should be that there's a value to it, and we should recognise that. So my three main points are that I was really pleased to see in the trade union plan that City Council is going to do a transport strategy and a walking policy. So we definitely need better data on collection on that now that we don't do cordon counts and the census is gone. So I think we should absolutely have a transport strategy in place before we do single mode funding for any other types of travel, including cycling. I think it's really important that after, I think it's about 15 years of doing a cycle plan, that we need to have a little reset. And I think that as most people, and particularly in central Wellington, walk or bus, I think those things need to be better planned for, and we need an integrated system before we do any more single mode funding. I know I don't think it's on the annual plan, but the compost system, I totally support doing something with our compost, but I think we've leapt immediately to the most expensive option, and I think that I would really like to see supporting some of the community composting initiatives by having maybe a funded position or two that can help actually manage the compost at those places. I know it relies on volunteers at the moment. And I would like to see that include apartment dwellers as well, because they have been left out of the scheme. And one of my faves is I think we really need to up the ante on pest plant management in our parks and public places. That's really languishing. We're being overwhelmed with new pest plants. I hear moth planters floating around in the northern area up here. It's a really significant new weed. We still haven't got on top of Old Man's Bed and a whole lot of other things. So we really need to focus on pest plants as much as we do on pest animals, and any new parks should be contingent on getting on top of some of those things. And there was another one. I don't think we should have any more e-scooters in the central city or anywhere, any higher e-scooters, until we have this transport strategy in place that can properly assess how it all works together. I think they've been a total menace on the footpath. I've just about taken out on your corner. Oh, you can't see it from here, but by somebody zipping around on the e-scooter just right now. And I can't leap around as much as I used to. So anyway, that's me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alan. We have a question from Councillor Young.
Thanks, Alan. Just want to talk to you about short-term, whatever it's called, accommodation. You said you support the increase to, it's actually a decrease. At the moment, the council policy is 3.7, the full commercial rate. And so it's actually, just to make sure that you understand, it's actually a decrease.
Oh, I thought it was gone from nothing to something, or gone to residential rate.
Most people do think that, yeah. So I just thought I would just,
Well, yeah, I just think that commercial activity should be all treated fairly. So, yeah.
Any further questions? We've got a minute left. Deputy Mayor McNulty?
I know your passion for correct scooter usage. So I'm interested just on your observations since Lime have entered the market.
There are, people who live in the central city are the ones most affected by higher e-scooters. You don't see them to the same extent that you do in outer suburbs. On my street, there's at least 20 that park up overnight. They're a menace. I've had people in my community who are blind. They have to navigate these all the time. Lime has, I think Flamingo's better. They're better at managing it. Lime are just all over the place, and they've got their higher e-bikes. They should all be on the road. Simple. The footpaths are for pedestrians. We all walk. There's at least 10 to 20% of our population who do not drive. They rely on walking. They rely on public transport. So let's just get our transport strategy in place and recognise some of this stuff.
Thanks, Alan. Appreciate you coming in.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much.
We're going to go now to Carolyn Adams. Welcome, Carolyn.
Kia ora, good afternoon. I'm speaking against the proposal to charge a commercial rate of 2.6 times the residential rate to those ratepayers providing short-term accommodation in Wellington City. If there was a shortage of long-term rental property available, I could see the sense of charging those properties a commercial rate to make them equivalent to hotels, and in order to force some of those properties onto the long-term rental market. However, this is not currently the case, as there is an oversupply of rental accommodation in Wellington City. and in my opinion, it's unlikely to change in the medium term. Also, with doing this, you create a glaring inequality with long-term rentals. They too are commercial activity. And it seems to me that if you do it for short-term activity, you need to do it for long-term as well. However, we are not short at the moment. I note that the proposal excludes those using only part of their dwelling in sleep-outs. These are sensible exclusions. However, I want to suggest to you that there is another situation that should also be excluded. That is where a primary residence, or only residence in my case, is let out for short-term accommodation for part of the year and is lived in by the owner for the rest of the year. While this is my situation and a solution I came to when a rapid rise in everything, but especially rates and insurance, blew my carefully constructed retirement financial planning out the window. While wanting to do what I could for myself, there's not many options for increasing income available to older people. Short-term accommodation proved to be a viable option. If I could remove myself and have paying guests, I could afford to stay in the city. Last year I did this for 100 nights, and this year 129 nights. That income provides a valuable extra at current market prices for me to pay current costs. Multiplying my rates by 2.6 over 60 days, plus full month-long bookings, would not be sufficient, and I would have to consider moving out of the city we all love. While some of you are on record of seeing this as unfortunate, but a valuable way to bring down rates, I am sure there are many of you who would not regard this as a fair thing to do. I also note that the proposal is to count the allowable days as the number advertised and not the number actually rented. I would ask that you amend this to days actually rented. Please also note that my clientele are unlikely to rent hotel rooms or even hotel apartments due to cost and blandness. They will possibly give Wellington a swerve. I am thinking of the doctor who had my place for 2 months while on locum in Wellington, the elderly couple who did not want to be in a hotel for 6 weeks, the tech worker who wanted peace and quiet, the family who wanted to bake during their family reunion, and many book lovers and many others who prefer the character and additional amenities provided in the home that are not provided in any other type of short-term accommodation. Many of these would not come to Wellington, but those that do spend in the city. They go out to dinner, they go to shows, they buy food, coffee, fuel, day trips. They pay me so I can pay a student cleaner, etc. All of this makes my short-term rental a valuable addition to the local economy. A further consideration is how this would be administered. It seems to me that it would be an absolute headache counting the number of days under 60 plus the number of 30-day blocks. My understanding is that providers would be classed either as residential or short-term accommodation. You're going to do that in advance, retrospectively? What? And I imagine the cost of actually bringing all that together would be very costly. The thought of being wrongly classified is keeping me up at night. These issues should certainly be a major consideration in your deliberations. In conclusion, I ask you to exclude primary or only residences that are rented out for short-term accommodation for part of the year and are lived in by the owner and ratepayer for the rest of the time. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll just go to a really quick question from Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Kia ora, Carolyn. Thank you for those quite pragmatic suggestions. You've only got a single rates invoice in your situation, haven't you? So yes. For us, our options would be to either rate your entire property on 2.7 permanently or try and apportion an element under what we've proposed at the moment if we're doing this day structure. That'd be correct understanding, wouldn't it?
I don't know what consideration you've given to the administration. Yeah. I'm just trying to think it through myself and not finding that there's an easy way to do it. I mean, yeah.
No, I think you've highlighted some
Sorry.
You've highlighted some good things for us to take away, so thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate you coming in. Now we're going to head to Elliot Chapman, who I believe is online.
Hi.
Welcome, Elliot. 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Alrighty. Mayor and councillors, Wellington is navigating a fiscal landscape where past, present and future shocks will arrive within this annual plan period. The Strait of Hormuz is not a distant geopolitical story. It is a domino effect that will run through Wellington's economy in a 9 to 18-month lag. Volatile oil prices flow into fuel costs, cost of living, commercial rate spaces, and the council's fiscal capacity. What is already on the table is sobering enough on its own. A 212% debt to revenue ratio breaches this council's 200% debt ceiling. Moa Point still unfunded, April flood damage estimated in the hundreds of millions. Demand for rates assistance up 150% in 2 years. CBD vacancies at 9.3%. 62% of residents say Wellington is deteriorating. These are not isolated issues. They intersect across an ecosystem of people, profit, planet, and place. This pattern is not unique to Wellington. The UK local government sector is now openly naming the same dynamic. A policy landscape designed for a stable world operating in a destabilising one. Wellington's case is sharper because we have spent 6 years optimising potentially the wrong variable. The foundations of our net zero policy are structurally misaligned for today's context. Not the intent, the design. The current policy is structured to control one variable, Wellington's territorial emissions, through direct local intervention. In a simple, stable system, that approach may be more effective. In a complex system under polycrisis conditions, it does the opposite of what it intends. Laid onto everything else, the net zero mechanism drives the cost of living up. Squeezed households substitutes towards the cheapest goods available. The cheapest goods on the market today ship direct from China on coal-powered supply chains. Shine and Temu alone emit 25 megatons to Wellington's 1 megaton. In 2024, China commissioned a coal-fired power station emitting in 3 months what Wellington's bike network is designed to save in a decade. Meanwhile, the local carbon abatement we are paying for is the most expensive on the curve. Cycleways, $800 to $2,400 per tonne. The emissions trading scheme, $50 to $65 per tonne. This council is paying up to 50 times the market rate for carbon, while pushing its residents' consumption habits away from local business powered by 80% renewable energy toward a coal-fueled supply chain emitting 50 times more across its distribution networks. Simultaneously, we are eroding local climate resilience, local livelihoods, jobs, and sustainable wage increases. This is not a question of climate action. It is a question of climate accounting and recognizing the wide boundary impact of carbon tunnel vision. We have unwittingly inherited a policy that improves the scorecard while making the actual problem worse. The unintended consequences of unsustainable policy is a war on all Wellingtonians, from graduates to working class to seniors, and their adaptive capacity to survive future shocks, including the meta disruptions emerging from exponential tech. So I have 3 asks. 1, what if we treated the cycleway question as an adaptive part of a holistic civic portfolio? Yes, considerable funding has already gone into the existing network, yet every low-performing segment costs ratepayers twice more, once in maintenance and once in lost revenue. Pause the 26-27 expansion, publish utilisation data. Where existing segments are not performing, convert them back to productive revenue to buffer our fiscal slippage. 2, correct the creative capital disparity. A 5% cut versus social and recreation's 0.4% cut is an outsized burden that does not follow proportional discipline. The creative sector already runs on a $37,000 median income, well below the living wage, with returns $3.20 per dollar invested. Protect the grants. 3, reprioritize the upstream net zero policy. The numbers show that attempts to accelerate the pace of change are having a counterintuitive impact on social, economic, and planetary capital. Recalibrate our systemic direction from eco-austerity to regenerative economic resilience and localism, civic abundance, in order to protect human flourishing amidst these liminal times. Climate spending follows where it actually works. In times of volatility, we need to adapt capacity, not the sunk cost fallacy of low leverage abatement. Update our carbon accounting to a holistic model that accounts for second order impacts across people, profit, planet, and place. In conclusion, this is not a debate about whether climate matters. Decisions based on the first to zero policy are forcing us to do the wrong thing the right way in the face of volatile emergent conditions. The evidence strongly suggests the context has shifted since its inception. It has made the city poorer and incentivizing higher emitting consumption habits. That is not climate leadership, that is policy failure. Now is the time to make course corrections. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Elliot. Do we have any questions? Doesn't appear. Oh, no, doesn't appear we have any questions. So thank you so much for tuning in and doing your submission. Appreciate it.
No worries. Cheers.
Thanks, everyone. So we're going to take around about a 20-minute break and return at 3 p.m.
Sorry? Oh, hello.
There's enough numbers for me to be.
Yes, there is. Yeah. Oh, ignoring the mayor, that's not right. Okay, look, I'll welcome Alex Dyer. You can go to the podium or sit at the table.
Kia ora koutou, ko Alex Dyer aho. I live in Island Bay. Many of you will be familiar, and hello to all the new faces. Here we are again. So I'll try and quickly rattle through my submitting here today as an individual. I'm here doing this for my family, for the health of my family, for the resilience and the future prosperity of my children. I'm not a cyclist. I ride a bike everywhere for most of my journeys, but I do this for getting around. I'm not doing it for a recreational interest. Just want to make that really clear. So I really support option B for biking in your annual plan, and I'm really disturbed and anxious about the trajectory of the annual plan when it comes to climate mitigation and the cycling efforts at the moment. I really want a council that goes further and faster than what's even agreed to in the long-term plan. I think things have changed. The annual plan wording, as I understand, was settled on before we've had basically the worst fuel crisis, energy crisis breakout in world history. We've also seen stark reminders of the climate disaster, the climate emergency that we are still all in during this time since the wording of the annual plan was settled on. It makes no sense to give up on improving cycling conditions for people in Wellington at this time. Cities are for people, and I want my rates to be invested in the building of a city that's fit for people to live healthy and active lifestyles. Many can't or don't want to drive private cars, and the growing number of people that we can see on bikes depends on making the infrastructure safe and accommodating and comfortable. Too many private cars in our city is what is deterring many who might otherwise take up biking. A strategy that you've been following for several years, and I really strongly support, is investing in making the infrastructure obvious and intuitive for people to get on their bikes of all ages and abilities and to take up cycling as an everyday form of transport. The network needs to be connected, and I really call on the council to appreciate the urgency of delivering a network in this fuel crisis. Cost of living can be addressed by effectively helping a lot of people to reduce their car dependency, even as you're looking to reduce their costs through rates rise, slowing rates rises. So I'd implore you to look into what you're trading off there, because I think Wellingtonians generally spend more on private car travel than they do on rates, according, based on your annual budget anyway. And they'll be spending a lot more soon as fuel prices are going up. And I think we've only just seen the initial shock of prices. I don't think we've seen anywhere near the end of that yet. Bikes and delivering for people on bikes is the cheapest form of efficient personal transport, but it takes our collective investment in making the conditions good enough for a lot of people to take those make that choice for themselves. You really need to complete the central city connections. The Te Ara Tupua has opened. We're going to see a lot of people getting into the city by that. We've got a lot of great infrastructure coming online from the east, and the central city is going to be a
big gap in the network. There's also a lot of primary network that is missing from Te Motu Kairangi. We've got gap campaigns to do better by the waterfront with our Keys Please campaign, Old Hut Road campaign, Middleton Road. All of these things are going to be missing out. So it makes no sense to give up on these efforts right now. Don't lose momentum and keep funding them and even go faster, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. There's no time for questions, but I know you're speaking a bit later on, so you may want to...
No, I won't
You're
be.
not.
Someone else is speaking on behalf of
okay. All right. Thank you for coming along.
Thank you.
Thank you. We next have Miguel Talangon. Welcome, Miguel. All good to go. I'll leave some time for questions if you'd like within your 5 minutes.
I'd like to acknowledge the His Worship, who's just been here recently, and the honourable councillors, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen in attendance. Good afternoon. I'm Miguel, a citizen of a country called New Zealand, and indeed a Wellingtonian for the time being at least. And to borrow some words from the former Prime Minister Rob Muldoon, an ordinary bloke. I'd like to commence this oral presentation by discharging my utmost gratitude for the allocation of time and indeed lending your ears, as I hope would be beneficial to the annual plan 2026-27, or as in the words of Little River Band, hang on, help's on its way, and you're looking at it. Nonetheless, I do hope and pray that this presentation of mine be enlightening, albeit the brevity of time. Given the failure of Moa Point Sewerage Plant that may have caused the impact, whether on local businesses or recreation, or dare I say it, on water, perhaps it is a clear indication that the Council should put the money where the mouth is in the means of reallocation of funding to the essential and basic infrastructure. As Wellington bears the august status of being the capital city since my nostalgic days of 1865, the aforementioned failure does indeed put Wellington's reputation at peril. And if I may add, the cycleway construction must be assessed on a depending on the road's overall width, as I do fear that it already cause congestion, of which has been happening in Newtown Centre and Berhampore, as yours truly being a commuter on a daily basis, has to endure the pace of movement. Also, given the recent pluvial flooding last month, perhaps it is the signal that Council should focus on resilience and adaptation, and also preparations in any unforeseeable circumstances, for instance, the pluvial weather nearly a month ago, so to speak. Therefore, in conclusion, the Council must focus on essential infrastructure in order to minimize impact on such incidents cited, and also in order to avoid looming pressures on any demands, especially to the inevitable ratification of a trade agreement where Matu Shane referred it into something colourful description, and I, for one, could quote it upon request. And above all, to uphold the virtue of frugality and focusing on essential services and delivery. And I don't mean no offence, but as for the language being utilised on signage, lest we forget the inevitable passage of the English language bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miguel. Is there any questions? No, you've been very clear. Thank you for making your submission.
Thank you very much.
All right, we next have Richard Benj. Welcome, Richard. And you have 5 minutes, and if you want to allow some time for questions, leave some time within that 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, ko Richard Benj, taku ingoa. Kai whakahaere mātua, Arts Access Aotearoa. I'm the Executive Director of Arts Access Aotearoa based here in Wellington. Our submission, which has been made, covers many references and research for you to take into account. But today I want to address the impact of the proposed cuts to the creative capital budget, particularly wanting to look at the value of arts and culture as social investment for our city. But I'll begin with an introduction to myself. I'm a Wellingtonian, and I would like to just run over some points about my career and how my career has been a big part of the arts and culture in Wellington. I'm particularly grateful for all the people that have backed me and have supported me in that career over many years. In an international public diplomacy role, I helped to orchestrate the wreath-laying event by Secretary of State Hillary Clinton in 2010, when she referred to Wellington as the coolest little capital. Remember that? It was my job in that event to contract the making of the most massive, symbolic and creative wreath of flowers to Flowers Manuela, so the Secretary could lay that at Pukeahu. In the early 90s, I was the director of many Wellington Christmas parades, which were umbrellaed by the Wellington City Council and the Wellington Retailers Association. I've devised several major creative community arts advocacy events, one of which Mayor Frang Wild carried a flaming torch from the Civic Square across the bridge behind me to the Lambton Harbour Lagoon in a multicultural event to promote human rights and healthcare during the devastating AIDS pandemic. In the early 2000s, I managed Old St Paul's, the cultural events and conservation efforts for Heritage New Zealand and our city. That iconic building would have been lost to the city and nation had it not been for the courage of Wellingtonians and others who had the vision to save it. And for the last 15 years, I've been the Director of Arts Access Aotearoa, and I've advocated that accessibility to the arts is the right of all people in New Zealand. Our national organisation grew out of the vision and founders who were Wellingtonians. It's always had the backing of Wellington City Council, and for 20 years, we've been housed in the Toi Porniki Arts Centre, which is your engine, our city's engine for collaboration and influence in the arts that drives events and careers. At Arts Access Aotearoa, we've helped the council write your lead arts policy, Ahotini, and made sure that accessibility was throughout it, so that for seniors, youth, deaf and disabled people, we would all be able to participate in and help drive the arts and cultural events in festivals, in street events, museums, galleries, venues, assisting the producers and the funders with the outcomes they want for the people, and to promote the value of community arts spaces, Vincent's and Pablo's, so the most marginalised citizens of our city could be involved in their arts and cultural, so that they would be truly accessible and equitable. Wellington City Council is known for its vision as the creative capital of New Zealand, and I personally love how the Mayor is consistently looking into the camera ahead of weekends to tell the people what's on, what to look out for, what to support, how to get out and participate in the city, and I know you as councillors do the same thing. Often it's into the arts events, the festivals, the gigs and the concerts. These events happen because of the long lead up over decades in professional development of the arts workers, the technicians, the performers, the managers. And there are other cities in New Zealand that would like to take the monkia of the arts capital from us if we give it to them. So, councillors, my main purpose in front of you today is that I'm not asking you to prioritise the arts and culture over water pipes and the highly complex issues of water management and any of the other very important infrastructural and rates management tasks you have in front of you. I am, however...
Sorry, we just have to get you to wind up. You're just over your 5 minutes.
I've got one paragraph to go.
Excellent.
Here I go. I I represent a national organisation, so I could have 10 minutes, apparently, according to the book.
No. We had so many, everyone was given 5 minutes.
Okay, righto. Well, here I go, winding up. I am asking you to look at structural equity. If your savings target is 6 million, taking 760,000 of that solely out of the creative capital and civic square budgets means the arts sector is absorbing over 12% of the city's financial pain. I believe in a fair go.
Thank you. We've come to the...
Thank you for the time today. Kia ora.
Thank you, Richard. We next have Carl Howarth. It's online. Welcome, Carl.
Thank you, everyone. Kia ora. So, yeah, my name's Carl Howarth. The main thing I want to talk to in my submission is key proposal 2, which is the changes to the cycleway. So a bit about me. So a family of 4. We ride bikes as our main form of transport. We do own a car, but we also ride. We're one of these people that zip around the city on a cargo bike with our 2 children, aged 6 and 4. So we use this bike to do the daycare drop-off, the school drop-off, zip around the shops, go to, sports, gymnastics, all that sort of stuff that parents do. So that's our main form of travel around Wellington. And we do own a car, but that only gets used relatively rarely for, long distance trips away and things. So I just wanted to congratulate the council so far on what they've done with cycling. I mean, it's been transformational for my family in terms of being able to get around. Cycling is easily the most cost-effective and efficient way of getting around the city. And I'd say it's one of the most cost-effective ways that council can reduce congestion. So that's the main reason why I'm opposed to the proposal to cut the cycleway budget next year. I mean, delaying delivery of protected cycleway infrastructure, it's just simply prolonging exposure of cyclists like myself to unsafe road conditions. And that is working against all your long-term strategic priorities to reduce traffic congestion as well as putting people at risk. It just seems completely unjustified for the amount of money that you're looking at spending. So the gist is that with an incomplete network, it's like building a rail system but missing bits of the track. You're not getting the benefit from the money that you've invested. So the value of a cycleway network depends on network completeness. People need to be able to get around. And I was just reflecting. I rode the Te Ara Tupua, the new cycleway, on Saturday. It was absolutely full of people, and you've unlocked a connection to an entire city, Lower Hutt. They're going to want to be able to come into Wellington and be able to cycle around, and they're going to get there and find that we have a network, but it's not complete, and they're not going to be able to get around. So we're not going to get the benefit that we've got from that investment that we've already done. So the main problems with the network are the gaps, so the cross-town connections. So I'm thinking about things like Victoria Street, the waterfront, and I ride to work along Willis Street, for instance. I have to ride along State Highway 2. It's not State Highway 2, State Highway 1. They're incomplete connections, and it becomes dangerous, and that's a barrier to people taking up cycling. So what I am advocating for is commit. Don't stall. Maintain the momentum. This was recently consulted on. People provided feedback, and so it's difficult to understand what the budget cut is actually going to do, but it's a significant cut, and I'm worried that it's going to create uncertainty and put people off investing in the changes that need to happen to make the most from the cycleway program. Yeah, so that's the gist of it. Have you got any questions?
Thanks, Carl. Are there any questions? Councillor Tiffenbarger?
Yeah, hi. Hey, so you said that you already cycle more than you do drive and so forth. So obviously we don't have a connected cycleway unit yet, and you mentioned Willis Street and Tory Street where there are no plans for a cycleway at this moment. So there's always going to be some streets which are not going to have cycleways, obviously. So by connecting, we're not necessarily solving your problem, are we?
No, you are, because I'm currently riding on unsafe roads. It's putting me at risk. So that's a risk that I'm willing to take, but I don't think it's a fair risk. And there are plenty of people who would cycle if it were not for that risk. And so you're not getting the benefit that you would if you had safe connections.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Carl, for making this submission.
Thank you.
We next have Bernard O'Shaughnessy. Welcome, Bernard. Nice to see you again.
Good afternoon, councillors. Good afternoon, Chair, and
there's the mic on.
Thank you. The Secretary's just circulating a copy of my speech, so read that at your leisure, and I'll just be very brief. Tēnā koutou katoa. I haven't got time for a full greeting, but I assimilate with Ngāti Tūwharata, Ngāti Waikato and Ngāti Tūhoe. My submission is, you're getting it. Basically, well, I'll just make it quick. We have a small rating base, and that's very difficult for Wellington City ratepayers because it's very small. We carry a huge burden because we're the capital city of New Zealand, and that imposes extra burdens on us. My suggestion in my paper is to say it's about time maybe we send them a bill or an invoice for that status of capital, because it hurts us a lot as Wellingtonians, and it hurts the ratepayers. So I've got a suggestion in there to say we can't have a bill or a levy, but let's call it something else. And there's some suggestions in there like electricity industry and insurance. They have a thing called premium rate, which enables them to hike up their rates on the consumer. And yet they have such huge high prices. Where I've also come from, I did some research and I found that what set me going was the shocking things of 2020 when we had the riots down there, and that cost the taxpayer a lot of money, but also the ratepayers a huge lot of money and a huge amount of damage to our mana as a capital city. And I did some research and found that in the English 211 riots in London, there's actually, it's in here, 80 or 86 law, but then updated recently to look at that situation that for the riots that cost London £300 million, there was a method whereby the local London ratepayers got assistance from the taxpayers of London. And that's what I'm putting forward here, is I'm inviting somebody, and this is not a new idea. I remember coming to a council meeting 20 years ago and we talked about a similar thing, is that the Beehive, and being the capital city, costs us, the city ratepayers, quite a bit of money. And I'm saying, here's a suggestion. I think we've got to talk about it because we're under such pressure with our expenditure. And our expenditure is caused by a lot of things we do in the city, because we're wonderful Wellingtonians and we're generous, and because we foster that coolest little capital in the world mantra and arts and everything. And so we should. That's what capital cities are supposed to do. But I'm saying, come on, Parliament, come on, taxpayers. You know, the Kaikoura earthquake cost $4 billion, but that was property damage. Our damage here was $4 billion and it's still ongoing. And we didn't get any handouts. My heart goes to Christchurch, like everyone does, because that earthquake smacked them down. But then we, the taxpayers, helped the ratepayers of Christchurch put in $40 billion to restore that city. And so I'm making those sorts of ideas. I'll stop there if there's any questions, but I invite you to read my paper. There's one more thing I want to leave. I'm really happy for questions, but I don't know if I want to hear from you, Ray.
So would you like to make another comment? Because you said you wanted to finish up on something.
But it's a different topic. But if there's any other questions from anyone else, I'll just briefly say. Somebody I may have had
We've got Councillor O'Brien.
Yes, Councillor Sam. Wonderful to see you. You're doing really good as chair. Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
And the guy next to you has got a great smile. And I'm coming to see him and two other councillors because that's my next. Oh, yes, Sam, your question.
Sorry, I'll jump in with the question. LGNZ is actually, one of their suggestions was that the removal of the exemptions for
Yes, I know about rates.
on
Yeah,
Crown land.
and
Is that
that's been
something you would support?
I've seen the call before and it's not going to work. I wish it would, but it's not going to work. Because, come on, a lot of you people have been either on school boards or your parents and kids, and you know that you're just shifting. If you say to your local school, and there's 2,500 primaries and 500 secondaries in New Zealand, because I'm a teacher, I used to be there, done that. But you'll get a hell of a kickback from all the school boards in New Zealand, because they say, come on, we can't afford it. All the schools are run on all of a smelly rag. And so that's just pushing the debt. I would like it, but I think we should come up with some other sort of funding mechanism. Can I have my last question just on, because that's finished that question. And all I want to do is saying that I'm coming to the grants committee to advocate for Smart Newtown, because Smart Newtown is wonderful in Newtown, and some of the funding is being withdrawn from it, and we're going to fight to the death on it. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Bernard. We're out of time, but thank you for your submission and giving us some notes as well.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Okay, we next have Laurie Stevenson. Welcome, Laurie.
Excuse me, could you pass these around? I've only got 9, so not enough, but...
Yeah. No, some guys, Laurie. Ah. Okay, welcome, Laurie. You've got 5 minutes, and yes, and please allow time for questions.
Okay, cool. All right, just so you know, everyone calls me Laurie, not Lawrence. That's only for my mother when I'm being naughty. My focus today is around parking, and I'll try and keep this short and sweet, like me. We are a refrigeration or commercial refrigeration company and HVAC company, Below Zero Limited, and trade at Switch. You might have seen our vans around with the one with the polar bears on the side. We've got a fully functional service division. We also do design work, installations across all areas for new homes, fit outs, new cool store complexes. We employ 14 staff, and we are proud Wellingtonians. We've been in business since 2003. Since then, we've navigated GFC, and I have to say, I think the last 3 years have probably been the worst. We've been burnt by about $100,000 out of pocket, with people going under, but we're knuckling down and working hard to turn this around. So typically in Wellington, we look after all of the McDonald's. We look after more Wilsons. We do quite a lot of the subways. We work at the airport, and we also provide IQP services for mechanical buildings. So I've been doing this since I was 18, so about 40 years now. I did 20 years on the tools in New Zealand and London, and I've been a GM at the company I'm at with now for 14 years. So what I'm trying to say is our infrastructure or our trades, they're not optional. They are actually critical in keeping Wellington running. I just want to say as well, you acknowledge the Council's vision for a green, walkable, bike-friendly city. I want to state clearly that I'm not anti-cycleway, but rather looking for a workable compromise to keep essential services functional. We're also, personally ourselves, very focused on the environment. We are right ahead of the whole thing with doing CO2 conversion. If you don't know what that is basically a refrigerant, a natural refrigerant, which has only got a GWP, global warming potential of 1, as compared to R404, which is still used in a lot of systems, which has got a GWP of 3,922. This means that if it leaks, it stays in the environment for up to 14 to 53 years above us, and retains heat. I'll move on. So basically everyone's trying to move away from synthetic HFCs, and you will see a lot more hot water heat pumps going to CO2, which is fantastic. To give you an idea, a 3 kilowatt element that you probably most have got in your houses at the moment is drawing 12.5 to 13 amps, where the new technology has dropped that down to 2.5 to 5 amps. So the core conflict, the physical reality of trade vehicles cannot be replaced by e-cargo bikes or public transport. Often we have close to 500 kilos of gear in a trade vehicle. As much as we'd like to go electric, there is nothing for us that can replace the diesel vehicles that carry that payload. You'll see in some of the things that I've sent out there, you'll see one of our vans in there. So the weight of the work, and this is the reality, okay? The payload. So breaking down exactly, generally when we go to a service call, we might have to take a nitrogen bottle, 19 kilos, recovery plant, 13 kilos, vacuum pumps and reclaim units, 12 kilos, refrigerant cylinders from 11 to 24 kilos, tool bags, diagnostic gears and ladders, 10 kilos per ladder, 15 to 20 or 30 kilos per tool bag. So the total weight frequently exceeds 90 kilos per technician. I also haven't included the likes of gauges, meters, scaffolds, genie hoists or duct hoists that we might have to get to site. So the reality is here, carrying 90 kilos of hazardous gas bottles, heavy pumps and ladders across multiple city blocks because you can't get near the location where you're trying to attend is a major workplace health and safety hazard, and we have injuries because of that at work. Case study in point, the Adelaide Road bottleneck and Wellington City Mission. So for a long, long time since we've been in business, we've always really supported Wellington City Mission because we love what they do, such an amazing place. But now, Adelaide Road, there's no parking. So I think they've got 3 car parks outside the front of their building, and there's a couple of car parks on Douglas Street on the other side of the road. So at the moment, we can't attend. Okay, so we go there, there's no parking, can't do anything. So we're leaving. And that breaks our heart because we want to look after them. They're just they're an amazing thing.
Laurie, just to let you know, you're just coming to the end of your 5 minutes.
Am I? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, rightio. Okay. Well, I'm way short. So, okay. Thanks.
All right. Although just one quick question from Puiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for coming in, Laurie. Just quickly, are you here today to specifically ask for more loading zones?
Yes.
Kapai.
Yeah, exactly. Loading zones and any kind of other parking will allow service vehicles to get to the buildings that they're working in.
And
which used to be in the 90s. We used to have service parks. They all went.
So specifically, are you saying like areas where there are none, and you've indicated Adelaide Road as one?
Yeah.
There's a pretty big road. Are you saying we've got none at all?
There's no parking.
No loading zones?
I can't see a loading zone on there when I go up there.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you. Thank you, Laurie, for coming in. We next have Linda Beatson. Welcome, Linda.
Kia ora. My name's Linda Beatson. I live in Wellington. I'll do a quick introduction because some of you people have seen me hundreds of times up here, but there's a few new faces. I live in Wellington and I use my bike for most of my daily activities. That's work, shopping, entertainment, etc. We do have a car, which mostly sits in the garage. It wasn't always the case that I used my bike most of the time. I rode as a child.
Sorry, we can't have conversations at the back. Thank you.
It wasn't always the case. I rode as a child and then at university. I moved to Wellington in the late 80s to work, and I didn't buy a bike again until living in Wellington until 2011. For the next 2 years, I rode it when I went up on the weekends to my friend's holiday house in Otaki because the idea of riding a bike in Wellington was just completely ridiculous. So in 2013, I discovered that I had a health problem which made walking painful. And so I got on my bike and started to brave the extremely scary Wellington roads. I was later diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, and you'll be pleased to know that now I take loads of drugs and my feet don't hurt. But by the time I got that sorted, I was kind of already like in the way of riding a bike, even though it was pretty scary. So I'd like to congratulate the previous councils on the amazing transformation that has happened so far on the roads. It's been able to make riding actually a real option for people. So it's kind of patchy, but where it's it's actually connected and people can get, say, from like Newtown into town, that just meant that a whole lot of people went, oh, actually, it was too scary to go on the road. I wouldn't even think of it. But now that I can see that lane where I'm not kind of, debating the toss with traffic every day, I could actually do that. So we need to keep doing that. I'm asking you to vote for option B, to keep funding the bike lanes. So bikes free up the roads for people who do need to ride. Like Laurie, who was just here, obviously, if you've got sort of 400 weight of whatever you've got to do your business, you're not going to be taking that on a bike. However, when I'm riding to work in the mornings, I go down Willis Street, and most of the traffic is a car with one person in it. I don't know what those people are doing. They're not tradies, they're not carting loads of stuff. They're probably just going to work or going shopping. Some of those people might ride a bike if it was, there was a proper path, if it was safe, and if it was convenient and connected. If you find that you've got a network and then somewhere you've got a sort of a kilometre that is nothing, that might as well be 10 miles. I mean, if you're an adult, you might choose to do that, but you're not going to send your child on there. If the thing is connected and going to be convenient and comfortable, then you go, well, there's the way that you go. That's completely obvious. So I'd implore everybody sitting around this table, you are city leaders. You're making decisions that shape our city. I want to have a city that is livable, that is walkable, that is bikeable, that's got good public transport, where we're lowering our emissions, most of which in Wellington come from transport. So there's an opportunity there where we've got more biodiversity, where we've got arts, we've got conservation going on, and people around this table have got more impact on what happens in our city than our national government. So we don't need to worry about the national government might be making things a little bit hard. You are the leaders. So please be bold, be brave, and build on the momentum that we already have. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. I don't see any questions.
23 seconds for
Thank
question.
you. You did very well. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in. We next have David Lang from Cycle Wellington. Welcome, David.
Kia ora koutou, ko David Lang toku ingoa. I'm representing Cycle Wellington's submission. We strongly support option B to keep the programme as budgeted in the long-term plan. Wellington has made great progress, but that's at risk if the cycling budget is slashed. Paint is not protection. People on bikes deserve physical protection from busy traffic. With a new path from the hut, Te Ara Tupua, which opened just at the weekend, we need our council to pick up the pace and complete the biking network. Bike lanes deliver benefits to everyone in our community. Affordable transport, better mobility for those who can't or don't drive, better health, less noise, safer streets, less congestion and lower transport bills, and of course, climate protection. While affordability is an issue, bikes are the cheapest form of efficient personal transport. Services such as Ekirua Rebicycle are overwhelmed with demands for access to affordable bikes, and more people are turning to bikes to get around. But in the middle of a fuel crisis, a climate crisis, and an affordability crisis, slamming the brakes on cycling projects makes no sense. Wellington's growth in cycling, supported by the bike lanes, is already clear in many parts of the city. Completing the cycle network, Paneke Porneke, unlocks that improvement for many key journeys in Wellington and bridges the gap that currently hold people back from cycling for transport. Closing the gaps on key journeys unleashes a network effect as much as a wider group of people become happy to ride. The central city connections will play a critical role in this network effect. They'll provide the last section for many trips from city centre destinations from north and south corridors that already have bike lanes without concentrating those riders onto the busy waterfront. We understand that money is tight, but bike lanes are among the cheapest and most effective transport improvements that a city can make. The 20-year timeline for completing Pānaki-Pōnaki is already a significant slowdown from the original 10-year delivery plan. Further cuts would undermine progress. Losing expertise and momentum will damage the Council's ability to keep delivering the improvements we need. Funding is a key part of the puzzle, but talent, expertise and delivery capacity is harder to obtain. A programme like the bike network cannot be stopped and started without increasing both the capital and opportunity costs significantly. We asked some of our supporters what they thought about bike lanes and the plan to cut investment, and here's a few quotes. When more bike lanes are built, I'll feel safer on the road. With protected bike lanes, people feel safe enough to use their bikes for everyday trips. We need to build the whole network, especially during this time of high fuel prices. People need more choices of how to get around. You don't have dead-end streets that cars go down and then they can't get to where they want to go. We should give the same respect to people that are on bikes. It just makes more sense in a fuel crisis that the thing you would look at building is not more roads. Building a bicycle lane doesn't actually cost that much money. And cancelling a bike lane is like building a house but not building the kitchen. Let's get those cycle routes complete. I think that's about it for me. If there are any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? No, I think you've been really clear. Thank you for coming in and making your submission.
Thank you.
We next have Felicity Wong. Welcome, Felicity. Yeah, you can sit at the table or podium, whatever you prefer.
Hello everyone, kia ora koutou. 26% of Wellingtonians don't feel the city's lively and attractive, but 77% of residents support heritage. And History Places Wellington seeks a city history and tourism regeneration fund to support the maintenance of historic areas, community-led tourism, and retention and development of trade skills. We ask for assistance to be given to building and property owners to encourage upgrades and maintenance to make the retrofitting of buildings with history more affordable than new builds. We support retrofit and conservation and advocate for repair and reuse over demolition and deterioration. HPW asks the Council to prioritise the retrofit and reuse of old buildings to efficiently use expensive materials, support local employment and reduce carbon emissions. Adaptive reuse should be our default preference over demolition and empty car parks. And it's such welcome news that the historic Dixon Street flats are on track to open, fully occupied 120 homes, modernised and refurbished by the end of the year. A sad contrast, however, is the carbon crime being committed by Te Herenga Waka Victoria University of Wellington's demolition of the 80-unit Gordon Wilson flats by not simply removing the tatty, heavy facade and replacing it with a lightweight glass frontage. The remaining 80% of that building is not earthquake prone, and the enormous amount of embodied carbon in its sturdy concrete skeleton is instead going to the landfill. We want a strengthening of local planning rules to prioritise adaptive reuse and protection of areas with history. We view those places as drivers of local economic regeneration, civic pride, and sustainable development, and we ask you to retain heritage funding in the budget, which is not a very big amount. We support right-sizing our city plans and budget, focus on renewals and maintenance, not upgrades, in the city's enormous transport budget, and January's Transport Report continued to use misleading data for population growth, referring to 25% population growth expected in Wellington City. Actually, we're 2,000 fewer people than in 2018. So don't accept the continual flights of fantasy. A sensible approach is a maintenance mode of renewals, at least until we pay down some of the city's debt. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicity. Is there any questions? Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much, Felicity. Do you think that we offer adequate protection for a lot of our older buildings, or do you think that the cost of actually restoring them is actually just too high for people, so they feel as if they don't have a choice but to actually have them demolished?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. There's a number of things that building owners ask for. They ask for rates relief, they ask for expert advice, and they ask for a city council that gets them to yes for investing in their buildings, including adding extra stories on the top. And I'll give you an example. In the historic Dixon Street flats, the city council asked the new building owner to make much wider elevators, which would have been hugely costly. In actual fact, because of the existing use rights and the heritage nature of the building, they were able to say, no, those elevators have been working perfectly well for 80 years. Do not put that additional cost on us.
Thank you. We've got one more question from Councillor Rogers.
Thanks, Felicity. I believe earlier in your speech you referred to how efficient and cost-effective the restoration of historical buildings was. I was just wondering how you reconcile that with your request for subsidy in your submission for people who own those buildings.
Yeah, I'm not so much asking for a subsidy as asking for an easy track so that retrofitting can be achieved more easily, so that obstacles are not put in the place of building owners who want to adaptively reuse heritage. Heritage has to have a modern use, and it has to be modernised with a commercial return. So I very much would endorse the council recognising the economic value of adaptive reuse.
Thank you. We're out of time now, but thank you for coming in, Felicity. We next up have Steve Cosgrove. Welcome, Steve.
Kia ora katoa. Steve Cosgrove Hall. Lovely new environment here, thank you, and this is what democracy is all about. It's great to have the ability to come and see you. There's no more bull spot cam, which I really like, and lots of space. Space is good. So, of course, you have to remember that there's only so many of us who are able to come to these events. I do a lot, you know that. But many people can't. And so in terms of democracy, you have to look at what are the other avenues that people have. The main one, well, I always say, especially emphasising, I mean, there are several of you sitting on that side of the table, actually, who tend to disagree with me a lot. And that's cool, because you have your constituency and you need to find ways to support the people who you believe are voting for you. And despite all that you're reading in the media, especially social media, the councillors who stood in the last election, most of them got re-elected, which says something good. We are doing good things, but you are in a difficult situation to navigate away. Now, how do I move this next slide along? There. Right. Push the button. Nope, there we go. So, arts. Oh, yes, supporting arts today. It's really the thing that concerns me most about country in general and Te Whananui Atara in particular is rangatahi who are leaving the area. And in the case of nationally, leaving the country. I'm really, really scared that we're developing this a big gap between the people who are staying are the ones who have established wealth, established privilege, and we're importing cheap labour, which is not a good solution. And I urge you to do what you can to retain that age group within our city. Great to see those of you who've been around for as long as me know the history of, I don't think that building's called the Oaks anymore, but many of you know what we're talking about. Great to see it's being used, and it's interesting that it was actually my son's view, but it seems to be confirmed what I've seen, is that the arts area is moving. The area where young people are going is moving down to that Dixon Street, Cuba Street area, because that's where you've made it nice to be. You've made it more pedestrian friendly, you've made it a good place to hang out. Cars don't buy things, oh, you've heard that before. And someone else earlier mentioned that whole thing about Christchurch and Wellington. Sadly, the situation is going to remain that we're going to continue not to vote for National Party, which means when there's a National Party in government, we won't get any funding. I don't want to see a big earthquake, but it is rather noticeable that the two cities that have had the most money spent on them both appear to be coming up better in the current financial crisis. That'll do. So I watched last Thursday's submissions and saw many life forms, most of them are human, but some were not, but very little about cycling, which was the basis of my next slide, which is now out of date. I'm guessing Democracy Services sort things out to make this happen. Too many people supporting cycling today, so in recognition of the 10 years that Councillor Calvert has been disagreeing with me, I'm not going to say anything else about cycling today, but you can still read my slide anyway. You can read the slide anyway. But I do want to tell you my latest anecdote was taking my mukapuna to school. She's been riding to school for the whole 2 years she's been at Clyde Quay. We cycle from Newtown down those beautiful cycle lanes where we can. And I watched the concentration on her little 6-year-old face. And there's not many things that a 6-year-old will concentrate on for half an hour twice a day. And that is just another of the many, many benefits of cycling. The other point I made, particularly after Councillor Randall asked Dr. Nick about his support for cycling, and there's many in my generation who don't support cycling, but if you stop that support, I see this as this council's Three Waters situation. There's lots of things where you can put off spending, but if things you don't spend money on now are often going to be a cost to my mukapuna, a much greater expense in the future years. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Steve. We're out of time for questions, but whilst I disagree with you sometimes about your cycling comments, we do agree on dragon boating, so we do have something in common. And just to let you know that people were given a choice of times when they wanted to present to us, so it was really self-selection and then just filling in the gaps, so yeah.
Thursday was very interesting. Never knew about that, the research lab, until then.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay, we next have Marilyn Wells. Welcome, Marilyn.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, and you have 5 minutes, and if you want to allow some time for questions, if you could do so within that 5.
Do it in one.
Excellent. Can you just turn your mic on before?
Is it on now?
Yep, excellent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm talking about bicycling first. And I just want to say that bicycling is a really good transportation option. It's a good exercise option. And it's also, at this political moment in time, it's really economical. It's going to keep Wellington moving. Then the other thing I want to talk about was the Plant Conservation Lab at Otari Wilton Bush, where they do seed biology research. I would like to keep this funded because it is the cornerstone of all the volunteer planting that goes on in the whole Wellington region. As we get plants from Forest and Bird, we get plants from the city, we get plants from DOC, and they're all using that information that's coming from the Otari Wilson Lab. So that's a big item for me. I'm done.
Excellent. Thank you. You've been very clear. Now, I just say, we have a question from Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Marilyn. Can I take it from your submission that you are you using a bike to get around yourself?
I sometimes use a bike and I sometimes walk. Yeah, those are my two choices.
Right. So is what the infrastructure that council's put in place working for you?
It makes me nervous, a lot of the infrastructure, because like when I bicycle and many separate lanes, all the plastic posts, there's only like 10% of them left. And that makes me nervous because I think, how did they get knocked down? And they're not being replaced. So that is a concern I have of safety. And that's why very often I walk because I feel safer on the footpath than I do on the road.
Thanks, Marilyn.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. That's the questions. Thank you for coming in and sharing your thoughts with us. We next have Hira Cook. Welcome, Hira.
Do I need to turn this on?
I think it's already on. I can hear you well.
Kia ora.
Just make sure you speak into it. That's great. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My submission was about the Airbnb proposals and about the proposal to cut arts funding in Wellington. I submitted in support of the proposal to prevent units being let for Airbnb, but to permit people to continue letting rooms within their own homes for Airbnb guests. I have been having Airbnb guests for 7 years now. Many of them are people who are coming for 1, 2 or 3 months, who are students or researchers or whatever, and there's not a lot of alternative accommodation for them. Now, my second main point was about the proposal to cut arts funding. And what I have learned is these things are definitely not separate. Tourism is really important to the Wellington economy. Big one-off events and even festivals only work in the context of an exciting city because people are here for longer. And we also want the people who come, and they're not coming for one-off events. Very, very few of my guests come for one-off events. They need an exciting city, and the arts funding really contributes to that. It's not a lot of money for the level of transformation of the city that the whole range of artists whom we have provide. I would also like to say, and I've just been reminded of this by the previous two speakers, I'm a keen commuting cyclist, and I have been for the last 35 years. But the trail bikers are making our bush frightening. We cannot keep putting in more and more tracks where trail bikers crisscross walking paths. We need to limit the areas that the trail bikers can use. They have a whole mountain at the top of Karori. Most of them appear to drive to the place where they do their trail biking. We don't need to give them more. We need to think about old people and kids and dogs and chronically ill people and them feeling safe. I've spent the last 5 years looking after my parents and one of my aunties. 2 of those people have died now, but I used to try and take them into the bush, and it's getting harder and harder. Okay, so, and we need signage to tell cyclists on Oriental Parade that people have priority, that it is not a commuting lane of the road. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. You've been very clear. Is there any question? I can't see any questions from anybody. Thank you. Okay, next is Yvonne with us online. Oh, Yvonne, there. Oh, you're here in person.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Yes, I'm a here person today. In April, I turned 65, and I've lived in the eastern suburbs on and off most of my life in Rongotai and in Lower Bay. And as a child, I learnt to cycle in Miramar South School and cycle to Evans Bay Intermediate as well. I'm now a proud owner of an e-bike, and also just recently bought a non-e-bike to try and get a bit more fit. Transportation of cycling is 60 kilometres on average a week for me, and about 10 kilometres for my poor car that's slowly starting to rust away. I've made a submission on various long-term plans and annual plans in support of spending for cycleways, and this is also a submission in relationship to supporting the cycleways and spending as much money as possible. I think it's option B that you're looking at trying to spend as much money as possible on cycleways. The Evans Bay Cycleway, the Onipu Cycleway, and all the connecting ones from the suburbs are really great and world class. I'd have to say the Oriental Bay this morning was fantastic, and the sun was rising, and I realised that I didn't have to worry about sunstrike and cars behind me not being able to see me, even though it was brightly fluorescent and had flashing lights. I didn't have to worry about the sunset. I could just enjoy the moment, and it was brilliant. The peace of mind of cycleways is really great. Also, unfortunately, as soon as you come into the city, that doesn't happen. There isn't the cycleways and the connections, and so I'm in constant conflict from Oriental Bay onwards in relationship to pedestrians, cars, dogs, and waterfront events with their set up and take down. And I think I also make what I call a number of illegal manoeuvres to actually cycle around things and buildings and get through the waterfront. And this is actually quite a big nightmare for me, and I don't think you'd expect cars to actually have to endure this, trying to get from Oriental Bay through to where I work in Waterloo Quay. It should be a safe, a secure pathway for a cyclist. It's the connections along the waterfront and Featherston Street and Victoria Street, and then the cross connections that really need to be improved in Wellington City. And with Te Ara Taupua, the pathway between Petone and Naranga Gorge coming with increased cycling. Today, people are just talking about 3 or 4 times the number of cyclists is what they've normally seen cycling, and it could be a lot more than that. So it's a good thing, and businesses actually develop with cycleways. In Te Aro, Mount Vic and Island Bay, there are new cycle shops. There are cafes that are actually thriving with bikes as long as they have a bike area that people can park their bikes securely. And my local Pack and Save has this great little cycling area that you can put your cycles in, and there's normally 3 or 4 cyclists dropping off and picking off groceries at night. So I think you sort of go and talk to the Pack and Save Kilbini owner and what he's done. Only small interventions can actually improve cyclist connections. And so it's the Quays and the Victoria Street and Featherston Street and those connections that I'm looking at. I also think the council should be funding bicycle initiatives like Bike Space and Ekurua Rebicycle. I see I've got 1 minute 14. I will say that for the short-term accommodation, I am in favour of what you're proposing in relationship to units and houses being rated accordingly to commercial. In the local area of Lyell Bay, there's quite a few Airbnbs, and this actually causes accommodation issues in relationship to people trying to find rental properties and also buy houses. So I actually think if you have a commercial operation as an Airbnb for the entire house or the entire unit, then it should be rated accordingly. That's my submission.
Thank you. That was good. We have a question from Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Yes, so earlier on we had one of the submitters point out that long-term rentals are also a commercial activity. Now, obviously, if we were to put up the rates on long-term rentals, that would put up the rates cost as well. How do you marry that with short-term rentals are bad, long-term rentals are good?
I think potentially I'm surrounded by short-term rentals in my area. Both my neighbours are short-term rentals. There's quite a high turnover for that. A lot of people, like one house is constantly having young couples that come in and then find a house and buy it in the area and move on. Twice the last 2 couples have done that. And I mean, yeah, it is a commercial activity, but normally you're trying to supply rental property for someone for a longer time period rather than just like Airbnbs in our area often are like a short-term weekend or, week sort of length of time. So it's more like a hotel. So that's why I see it more like a commercial activity rather than a rental property. So, yeah.
Thank you. That's all the questions. Thank you for coming in, Yvonne.
Thank you for hearing me. Thank you.
We next have Sigurd Magnuson. Welcome.
Kia ora, everyone. And actually, for what it's worth, very much agreed with some of the comments I just heard about the difficulty in the connections across the CBD. There's all these wonderful links now out to Petone and all around. And just thinking about some personal circumstances, that's something I've also struggled with. So it's great to hear some of the other presenters. So I'll touch a little bit about me and then a couple of issues that I want to speak about in terms of spending and transport and climate and a couple of other matters. So I'm a Wellingtonian. By that I mean I was born here, I've lived here, I've studied here, I'm a father here, I'm a business owner here, so through and through. And generally my kind of home and my business has all been in the Lambton ward. I've also got Norwegian heritage, hence this shirt. This jersey is in relation to the fact that it was Independence, or rather Constitutional Day in Norway, which is about 2 centuries old. Now, I love the Wellington compact nature. There's a walking city. We've got cafes, we've got arts, we've got gardens, we've got beautiful weather sometimes. And it's a lovely place. But clearly what we want is we want business to thrive, we want everyone to thrive, all the people thrive, depending on their circumstances and ages and so forth. And I guess really what I was thinking on when I was looking through the plan for the year is, obviously this whole financial tension, which has been around for quite some time. And I think the sort of 2 words for me is really simple and soon, right? So, when we're doing, when ratepayers are contributing, their money, we really want to see things delivered simply, and we really want them soon. Now, simply doesn't mean bad, like bad quality, just focus on getting them done and focus on getting them done relatively quickly. Because as they grow in time or in budget, that's when they start getting, kind of opposition and attack and so on. So, and when I think about that, we were just talking or hearing about cycleways, very clear there. Obviously we've got some of those key connections in and I use those, but would love to see those finished, simply and soon. There's all these things around climate response, which is another area that potentially is getting a downgrade in funding. Again, we need to take some really key steps around that in terms of emission reduction, in terms of adaptation. We've obviously got Moa Point, all the sewerage systems. We've got all the drainage things to deal with when we've got heavy rain out like Berempore and so forth, and all the general projects. It's wonderful, for instance, to see this new building and to see the new library. So there's all these things, but I guess ultimately we really want to make sure that those projects get delivered, efficiently and effectively. And again, we're not wanting things that are really, devoid of character. They need to have like sufficient quality and zest and interest in them. But if we can manage to get the velocity and the efficiency through, then I think that will really help with sort of social license to buy in, and then obviously we don't have to push the rates up quite so high. Obviously, we need to keep the rates affordable. I think generally Wellingtonians are happy spending money on rates if they see that the dollars are being very well spent. So that's what I've got to say.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope, you've been really clear. Thank you for coming in and speaking with us.
Thank you.
Next we have Tom Kay. Welcome, Tom.
Kia ora, everyone. Thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Tom. I live in Aroa Valley. I've been in Wellington for about 10 years. I'm 32 years old. I'm a renter in a flat. There's 4 of us in our house. I want to make 4 really quick points, 2 of them more substantially, 2 of them just quickly. Firstly, the cycle program. You've heard a lot from a lot of people already, so I'll just say I really support investment in the cycle network around Wellington. I bike almost everywhere, either walk or bike. I ride a bike that is older than me. It's one of the most efficient things we can do in terms of creating energy out of us as humans to move around is cycling. So I really push you to invest in the finishing off of the cycle program. Secondly, I want to make a point around arts funding. Someone else mentioned it, but Wellington is Wellington because of the sort of creativity we have and the people we have. We're big because of things like Lord of the Rings and Taika Waititi and Flight of the Conchords. I live with an artist, my partner is an artist, and I can tell you that it is extremely difficult. If I had not have been working full time, she would not have been able to do what she does and make fringe shows and, participate in all these different things that she's done. 99, well, maybe that's an overstatement, but most of the time, if you are going out to a Wellington Fringe event or a Comedy Fest event and it is a small venue and you are buying a drink, chances are the bar might be making some money, but that artist almost definitely isn't. The number of shows that my partner has made where you are barely breaking even for a good show is extremely high. So the least that you can do is support artists to stay in the city, lest they run off to Melbourne or Auckland, where there's actually more people and more art happening. Thirdly, and this is a more substantive point I want to make, I would love to see more attention in your planning given to things like what should be referred to as a blue-green network. You've got a green network plan, I think. I'm not sure if there's mention of funding it or expediting funding, speeding up funding in this annual plan round, but there should be. We've just had a very serious flood event. It's happened before. It's only going to get worse in future. And when we had flooding in Auckland and Hawke's Bay, we saw huge investments from those councils into things like making space for water. So Auckland in particular has a making space for water plan to try and avoid a situation where they end up with uninhabitable houses again in future. Now, granted, there were hundreds, if not 1,000 houses up there that they had to deal with this problem in. Wellington has maybe 40 uninhabitable houses, which hopefully makes the problem easier for you to address. There are some amazing minds in Wellington who could help us make space for water in our landscapes, people like Stu Farrant. I understand the council's worked with him before. You've got a climate adaptation program for the South Coast. You should be throwing money at that and moving very quickly. I've presented to councils all around the country about making room for rivers and making space for water, and I can say with pretty much certainty that almost every one of those councils has since had some significant storm event where, I could probably go back to them and say, I told you so, you should have made some space for some water in your landscape. So do it now or it will cost you. Finally, I want to make the point that this process sucks. I don't know what it's like for you, but these processes tend to prompt emotive responses from everyone involved. From yourselves, I see it. Rates are either great or rates increases are either great or terrible, or increased spending is great or terrible. Cycle lanes are evil, or they're, God's gift to our city. It's a terrible way to make decisions. And you have seen in my submission, it's kind of a little bit emotive. I was frustrated replying to the questions that you put up. And that's what you get. You get those of us who care enough to come along, those of us who are prompted by some of you to come along. You don't get a representative view of Wellington. You don't get a calm, rational, well thought through how do we deal with the complex problems that we're dealing with kind of set of considerations from your constituents. So I just want to say that rather than doing this kind of thing, I would love to see you do more citizens' assemblies. Get a proper cross-section of Wellington, because you're not it, sorry. We're not it either, and make some decisions where you actually say to people, what are the trade-offs we should make as a city? How do we deal with rates increases or decreases? How do we deal with the cycle network that we've got? Should we invest here or not? That's how you'll make good decisions that you can then stand behind and not get voted out, in 3 years' time. So those are the 4 points I wanted to make. Hopefully useful. Take a question if you want one.
Thank you. Sorry, Tom. Councillor Chung, you have a question?
Yep, quick question. Talking about getting a cross-section of views across the city, do you think we should have more public meetings where we have it in a public hall where we invite anyone who wants to come in and tell us what they think we're doing right and what they're doing wrong?
I would much prefer citizens' assemblies still. Useful, but these things still tend to favour those who have the time to come along and who are nudged by yourselves to come along in the constituency, and you will, sorry, but you will nudge people that you want to hear from and that sort of thing, and that's not what you need.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Tom. And I have seen your social media, so thank you for putting information up online.
Very kind of you.
It's all right. I do try and broaden my horizon, so there you go. It's working. Okay, that's the end of our submissions until 5:30. Because we're taking a break longer than an hour, we have to vote to adjourn the meeting to 5:30. So I will move the motion to adjourn the meeting. Councillor Arubayi? Oh, so you've got a question?
No, sorry, Chair. I just sending my apology for that 5 p.m. session.
5:30, yeah. 5:30, okay. Yeah. Which will only be for half an hour. So can I have a seconder? Are you going to second? So she's second as well. And just so you know, there's no catering on because we're only going through till 6 o'clock. But this room will be closed during the break.
I don't have a remote, so that's a yes from me.
Okay. Anybody votes no will be banned. Outside of the standing orders. Good timing there. All right. Okay, see you back at 5:30 for those ones here. Oh, sorry. I just thought it was like Councillor Young. I'm glad you're onto it, Councillor Rogers. That is carried unanimously. Thank you. James Roberts and Monique Lads, is that right? Yeah. So look, please come up. Thank you for accommodating us. And so you essentially have 5 minutes, and if you want to leave any time for questions, if you could do that within the 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome.
Tēnā koutou, ko Lex Baka taku ingoa. My name's Lex. I'm here. Oh, sure. Ko Lex Baka taku ingoa. My name's Lex, and I'm here today to submit in support of the proposal for a new rates differential for short-term accommodation providers. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and the two people I share my home and life with, James and Mon, who are here with me today. Together, we represent something pretty ordinary in Wellington. 3 30-something working adults, long-term renters, trying to make a life in the city. I've been renting for about 12 years of my adult life. In that time, I've moved 10 times, not because I wanted to, but primarily because the housing available to us either kept falling short or simply became unaffordable. We're now fortunate enough to be renting a great house and also looking at purchasing a home collectively. But it's difficult to find our home when we're in competition with commercial operators with deep pockets and looking for promising returns on investments. Shortly after we moved into our current rental last year, our neighbouring townhouse became an Airbnb, and we felt the effects of policy settings that treat houses as commercial enterprises. We felt it in the parties and the noise late into the night, thumping through the walls. We felt it in our driveway being blocked, our cars and bikes literally trapped by guests who had no accountability to us as neighbours. We felt it in the persistent low-level anxiety of not knowing who would be coming and going each weekend in what is supposed to be a quiet, secluded, shared driveway. And we felt it most acutely in the moments that frightened us. On multiple occasions, guests mistook our lockbox for theirs or tried our front door. On one occasion, when I was home alone, the door unlocked, in what should have been my private and safe space, I heard the front door open and voices coming up the stairs. By the time I came downstairs, they had gone, but I'm fairly certain they were Airbnb guests who had simply walked into the wrong house. In a residential property, that doesn't happen. In a commercial operation with a rotating door of strangers, it does. This is what short-term accommodation looks like from the inside of the neighbourhood. Housing is a basic human need. It's the foundation on which people build their lives, their communities, their sense of safety and belonging. And when we allow housing stock to be converted into commercial operations run by absent owners profiting from the housing crisis, we are treating homes as financial instruments rather than places for people to live. Homes are for people, not profit. The proposed rating differential is by no means a silver bullet, but it is a meaningful step in the right direction. We also believe the council could go further and apply the full commercial differential of 3.7 times the base rate. If you're running a commercial operation, you should pay a commercial rate. That is fair, that is consistent, and it sends a clear signal about what the city values. Wellington needs homes for people, not hotel rooms masquerading as residential properties. We urge the council to carry out this proposal and to be bold about it. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you. Is that the end of your presentation? Oh, thank you. I wasn't sure whether others were speaking. Look, we've got a question. Councillor Matthews.
Thank you. And you've raised a perspective that we actually haven't heard as part of this debate about the impact of neighbours. And I guess just to sort of test with you, if you're staying in a hotel, you expect, other people to behave like hotel guests. That's right. But it's not necessarily what you would expect from your neighbours in a townhouse.
No, we lost the opportunity to build those connections with stable neighbours when the neighbouring townhouse was turned into an Airbnb. It was hard on our whole cul-de-sac of townhouses. Yeah, we all had very collective difficulties that we ended up trying to pursue with the body corporate. Yeah.
Any other questions? No? Thank you, and you've been very clear with your presentation. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, I think I saw Isabella. Hi, because you went here on time, we just moved to the next speaker, if that's all right. So welcome.
And sorry about the confusion.
That's all right.
Ran across from the office in the end because we're quite close.
Yeah, that's all right. Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm just keen to talk to one point in particular in the annual plan, which is the cycling budget. And it feels like we've been having these conversations in Wellington for quite some time. I think the city can feel really proud that it's come an incredibly long way from the heady days of 2014 and the Island Bay Cycleway to the point where its process has been so incredibly reformed that it's now best practice nationwide and winning international awards. So as process nerds, that's really exciting for those who celebrate good process. We're also, as I said in my submission, we are absolutely on the cusp of unlocking the benefits of all that investment that has happened to date. And now is the moment not to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, but to finish that last little bit that brings the end of the bridge to the far bank and activate that whole network for people who would like to have the choice to travel by bike or scooter if they so choose. I was in Sydney over the weekend and saw their cycle infrastructure being used heavily by people in large mobility devices as well, which is, I suspect, an unexpected bonus that we'll get, particularly in the central city where the footpaths are often crowded. So I think lots of other people will speak very articulately to the unlocking and the reinvigoration of the city that this will provide. The fact that we're in a fuel crisis, potentially the first of many, is material to this. I'd like to speak to one little point that I alluded to in my submission, investor assurance. We know that the cycleway network, of all the various projects that are currently under consideration at Council, has a very high return on investment. Really, really high. And that because cycleway projects, for various reasons, are put through the ringer of due diligence in the way that many other kinds of projects aren't, we can be really confident about its very, very good return on investment. This is material because investor assurance, and I'm sure some of you will have nerded out on this yourselves, but for those who aren't aware, there's a new suite of cabinet papers and various other documentation which you can read all about yourselves. There is a major move afoot to get significantly better due diligence information for public investments. It is focusing particularly on infrastructure. The upshot is that there is going to be much greater focus on options analysis and returns on investment for infrastructure investments in New Zealand. This is all well and good, and I'm sure Council has very good processes of itself. However, it behooves Council to bear this in mind when we're thinking about what projects to cut, in terms of the reputation that it will confer upon Council, especially a Council subject, like many, to potential impending rates caps, but particularly a Council that is really keen to get a city deal. As you will read in the Cabinet papers, this extra scrutiny is being applied to government investments in infrastructure. Crucially, any investment that has any general taxation contribution is subject to this. The National Land Transport Fund is not, but every single road of national significance is currently drawing heavily on general taxation. So a city deal, which will require a new appropriation from the government, will absolutely be subject to this new level of scrutiny. Even the RONs within city deals will be subject to this new level of scrutiny. So I would suggest having a bit of a Google through that, and the material's all up on Treasury's and Te Waihanga Infrastructure Commission's websites at the moment. But for a council thinking about what it wants to cut, to send that signal of being fiscally responsible, the investor assurance scrutiny is quite material to Wellington City's reputation as an investment partner. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No questions. You've been very clear with your submission. Thank you for taking the time to come across to see us. Okay, we next have Matt Laurie.
Hi, Laurie.
Hi. Laurie.
Kia ora, everyone. Ko Matt Laurie aho. I've met many of you. I look forward to meeting the rest of you. I am a born-again Wellingtonian. I grew up in Wellington, and then for some deranged reason, I went and lived in Te Tauihu at the top of the south for quite a long time. But I kept my connection to Wellington, to Poneke, and watched with great interest over the years to see how things changed. And for the most, I've got to say, things have changed for the best. This is a far better city than it was when I was at Wellington College with Matt and Carl. It's a far better city than it was when I was at Victoria University. It is more vibrant, it is more diverse, it is more prosperous, it is more beautiful. I have watched with pride as Wellington has gone from strength to strength. From everything from the waterfront to Zealandia to Wellywood to the hospo music scenes to the growth of the education sector, so much great stuff that has happened over the years. The one area where things have got worse, significantly worse, has been in the area of motor vehicles being allowed to monster parts of the city. This has made parts of the city less livable, less hospitable, less popular. And at the same time, this direction did, however, create the opportunity for some heroic leadership. And we've seen that in recent terms of council, where leaders have stepped up to that challenge and started to turn things around. And it has been fantastic. I think it's been one of the best things that has happened in Wellington in the last 25 years. I think that cycling and active transport has so much to offer. And I think Wellington today feels much more like a modern, progressive, exciting city because of the cycle lanes. And I know it hasn't been easy, but things are changing. And at the weekend, we saw the launch of Te Ara Tupua. Now, NZTA are estimating there's going to be 700 trips on that pathway a day, quite early on. So let's say it's 300 people coming into town. Where are they going to go? They can't all go onto the waterfront. They're going to want to go through town. I'm really asking you to stick with the mission and to continue in the investment when it comes to the cycle infrastructure, the active transport infrastructure. One of the other things I think gets missed is by giving people the option to get around on a bike or a scooter, you have made this beautiful city more accessible, more affordable, and more attractive to more people. And if you invest more in cycleways, you will increase that even more. And I think that'll be a wonderful thing to do. One of the things that I love about riding a bike in Wellington is that I don't have to spend any money on transport, which means I can justify spending far too much money on lunch. And you want more people spending more money on lunch. You also want people getting connected to where they live. And if someone rides to school or rides to work or rides to football, as opposed to being in a car, they will develop a greater connection with that part of the city where they live. And I think that's something we should encourage. I also think there's something that gets missed in this whole discussion, and that is productivity. Now, when I used to live in Wellington, I was actually somewhat infamous for always being late. These days, thanks to the cycleways, I'm not only always on time, I'm quite often early. Because the fastest way to get around Poneke is on a bike or a scooter using the cycling network. I don't know if anyone's studied it, but I'm sure that productivity will have gone up as a result of people having this much better way, much more effective, much more economic way of getting around the city. So that's it from me, really, just to say that I get what it's like sitting in the seats that you're sitting in. I was a Nelson City Councillor for 3 terms. What you're doing is not easy. I thank you for your service, and I just ask you to think beyond the next 3 years. Think 10 years ahead. Think what will make this city better 10, 15, 20, 25 years from now. And I'm pretty sure one of the things that will make it better is even more cycling and fewer people in their cars at the same time as everyone else. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. You've been very clear, and we're out of time for questions, but thank you. I don't think there was any anyway. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, we next have Ian Wells. Welcome, Ian.
Kia ora. My name's Ian Wells. I'm new to Wellington. I moved here 2 years ago, and we moved here to be closer to our grandchildren. And I'm the kind of person who cycles all around the city, and moved from Christchurch. And I guess there's several observations. When I arrived here, I was very pleased to see cycleways going in like I was used to in my old city. Christchurch has like the secret transportation network spread all around the city, which is all cycleways connecting the city in new ways. So that was, I'm very pleased to see you've done your work getting cycleways here, because it makes a big difference to how I feel. So I already thanked you. That's good. There's three reasons I want to speak up. I want to speak up in support of the original plan for funding cycleways and not to stop now. There's three reasons I can think of. You've heard many reasons from many people, articulate people speaking here. The ones that affect me most closely are, first of all, fuel crisis. I can have this is a time for the city when many people commute by car, and the cost of commuting is going up. And of course, they'll be looking at alternatives. When people look at alternatives, they will want safe alternatives, and cycleways provide that. So we provide more options to reduce congestion and increase satisfaction of people's commutes. Another reason is just the rise of e-bikes. And I know you've been going through many deliberations over the months looking at how to make these decisions about which projects to fund and which ones not. But I think some things have changed, and I count on you to ride with the changes. E-bikes, I didn't have an e-bike before I came here, but as soon as I arrived in Wellington, I realized I liked biking on a flat city. So my e-bike flattens the city. And not just for me, for anybody else who wants to do that. And the extraordinary thing about e-bikes too is our children we have grandchildren, and now they're riding on the back of their parents' bikes up and down Arrow Valley, and they love it. And that counts a lot. So it makes me think about, I know the cycling plan has been like a 10-year plan, a 20-year plan, but 20 years from now, my grandchildren will be 23, and I think by then they deserved, well before then, they deserve to have a cycle plan completed so they can enjoy cycling as much as I do. It's and the final thing, just as on Saturday, I don't know how many of you were there for the opening of Taurapa, but what an extraordinary day. There's thousands of people on bikes and walking, and people were walking with their kids. They were cycling with their kids if they were on the back, and just so many smiles. And I've seen, it's wonderful to have a city that brings out the smiling and the enjoyment of being out on city infrastructure. It's been a long time in the works to do that. So please continue funding happiness. We got a minute left. I wanted to put a separate plug in too for something I hadn't heard about before, and that is the Wilton Bush Trust. And there's a Otari Native Plant Conservation Lab, which was cut from your budget estimates. I request to put that back in for $110,000, and because that lab is doing research that actually applies to one of the other projects I like to help with, and that's doing planting of natives trees. And the research coming out of there is really critical. It's actually surprisingly practical. Like when you want to germinate seeds in this area for our local plants, how can you increase the germination chances? For example, if you're dropping seeds by drones, how can you do that? How can you really scale out better conservation? This is one lab, and they don't receive funding from you, they'll lose some of their little seeds. Thank you.
Thank you, Anton, and for taking the time to come and speak to us. We've got a very quick question from Councillor Ruiti.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, and welcome to Wellington. Ian, can I just ask a very quick question? You're saying, and let me be clear about this, you're saying that an e-bike makes cycling Wellington's hills easy?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's too easy. I often feel I don't get enough exercise, but it is too easy.
Thank you, Ian. I called you Anton before. That's the next speaker, so apologies, but thank you for coming in. Do we have Anton van Beers online? Welcome, Anton.
Kia ora, hello. Yes,
Hi.
I've come in sick, so I'll try not to grace you with my presence today.
Sorry for the confusion. That's my mistake.
Okay. And you'll forgive me, I haven't done one of these before, so this is my first time giving it a go, sort of speaking my mind, I suppose.
Excellent. You
I
have
won't go through...
Can I just say
Oh,
no? Just let you know, we've got 5 minutes, and if you want to allow any time for questions, you need to do so within that 5 minutes.
Perfect, that's all good.
Okay.
Mine will probably be quite brief because I've gone through all the key proposals and I have thoughts and opinions on all of them, but I won't go through each one here. It does speak to there being a general need for the council to be saving money or otherwise changing its income in some way, and I get that. With the cycleway changes, for example, I understand that it's going to be about $7.1 million saved, I believe it says here, over the course of what this leg of the project would have been. But sort of speaking to what has been mentioned previously, I do wonder if this is a little bit of a short-sighted move. There's definitely some massive benefits to implementing these sorts of projects across the city beyond just the fiscal, the fiscal side of it. And at the same time, looking at some of the other items that are being cut or being reduced in funding, a lot of these seem to be quite low in the amount of money that's being saved from it. The $255,000 reduction in heritage resilience and regeneration funds, for example, which I would imagine that will have a massive impact to this particular need, but in terms of the council's overall budget line, it's relatively small. So I think, not to, again, ramble on too long, I would be curious to see for future consultations, for no better choice of words, it would be good to understand how some of these decisions were made, what the sort of, I guess, the rationale behind why you've decided to why I've decided to pull X number of funding. Like, what is the actual options that got presented to make these decisions, I suppose? As a whole, again, I completely understand the need to find revenue in these trying times. And even though I would love to see the cycleways go forward as they were presented, I can also understand the need to cycle them back, no pun intended. But that's essentially all I've got to say on this. Apologies if it's a little rambly, but that's me.
No, that's fine. And just so you know, what we came out with to consult with on the annual plan was something that the elected members worked up through. Not everyone agreed for everything to go out for consultation, but the majority did. And with the information and where we knew we needed to look at some of our services. But that's why we've come out to seek yours and others' views before we make our final decision. But thank you for taking the time to speak to us.
No, of course. Thank you for having me.
Okay, we are now on to our last speaker, Mackenzie Valgry. We've got 5 minutes. If you leave some time for questions if you want to within that. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Mackenzie Valgray, and I'm here representing the Wellington Labour Local Body Committee, or the LLBC, which represents Wellington-based members of the New Zealand Labour Party with respect to local government matters. We understand that the Council is facing a strained fiscal environment. The term has already faced significant pressure from the central government and has had to deal with various unexpected tragic events, such as Moore Point and the recent floods. But we are concerned that the burden of cost saving might fall on working people. We are particularly concerned with the wholesale introduction of new fees to Te Matapihi and Toi Poneke, and with a 0.4% cut in the council's social and recreation budget. It is not clear at this stage where the cuts will be coming from, and we strongly urge all councillors to ensure that there is no reduction in library, swimming pool, recreation centre and community centre hours and programs. These spaces are an equaliser in an increasingly polarised society and public institutions that should be strongly protected. I regularly make use of the facilities at the Wellington Regional Aquatic Centre, and as a secondary school teacher with significant student debt, I get most of the books I read from the library. And I'm not alone. Research shows that physical activity levels are finally returning to what they were pre-pandemic, and usage of the libraries is increasing, especially since the introduction of the popular fees-free policy. And the Wellington LLBC acknowledges the great work of some of the councillors here today that pushed that through. But at the same time as demand is increasing, services across the country are being reduced. Nationally, libraries were open for 74 fewer hours in 2022 to 23, and a third of families surveyed in a 2025 Sports New Zealand 2025 Sports New Zealand report cited financial concerns in relation to their children playing sport. Working families should be able to participate in society, to stay connected and to stay healthy. With the lack of transparency as to where the 0.4% cut is coming from, there is concern that the people who rely on these services and spaces the most may be the most impacted. Any reduction in these public spaces and services will be detrimental to working people and to communities, a further barrier to a dignified life. We encourage the Council to maintain the good work from previous terms that has increased library use and seen our young people more active. We propose, concerning the fees for meeting rooms at Te Matapihi, some free meeting room bookings during opening hours at Te Matapihi for community groups and individuals. While large event spaces could have fees, there should be some private spaces in the library that are free to book. Relatedly, wherever possible, use commercial rates to subsidise community booking rates at all council facilities. There should be no increase in swimming lesson fees, no reduction in library, swimming pool or community centre hours, no reduction in library, recreation, swimming pool or community centre programs. In some parts of Wellington, it feels like the city is coming back to life. I certainly feel that way in Te Matapihi, where I'm regularly bumping into colleagues, friends and students from the school where I teach. We are making progress, and it's not a time to be making cuts to the services that sustain our people and our communities. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you. Are there any questions, colleagues? No, we don't have any questions, but thank you for a very clear submission. Thank you. Now, colleagues, that brings us to the end of the submissions for this evening. We will need to formally adjourn till tomorrow at 1:30. That is Tuesday, the 19th of May. And Councillor O'Brien will be chairing tomorrow afternoon. So I will move the motion to adjourn the meeting. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Young. I'll now put the motion to vote.
Yes, from me.
That was Councillor Osborne.
Correct, thanks.
I recognised you. I recognise. And that is carried. Okay. See you all tomorrow. Except me. Yeah.